of Applied Electronic Science Instrumentation for bringing the funded FDP to the campus, arranging the section and inviting the resource persons. My hearty wishes to the sub-coordinator, Mr. Jaison Jacob, and faculty members. This FDP will be very much beneficial to all the participants, and I am sure this program will enhance your knowledge. I extend my wishes to all the speakers and the participants, wishing you all the success. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Our guest of honor, Father Dr. Jaison Polem, Vice Principal and Professor in Computer Science and Engineering Department of Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, Kochi. He had been the principal of Jyoti Engineering College, Thrissur. He worked as a computational scientist at the University of Auckland. I cordially invite you, Father, to formally inaugurate the function.
The respected principal, Dr. Matthew K., head of the department, Mr. Arun, the coordinator of this FTP, Ms. Siji, and Mr. Jaison Jacob, all the faculty members and the participants of this FTP. I feel really privileged to be here to inaugurate this FTP as well as to give the first keynote sessions. When I got a call from Mount Zion College a couple of weeks back, I was surprised because Siji ma'am told that they are going to conduct an FTP that is in high performance computing. And I never seen an FTP in HPC, that too sponsored by KTU in Kerala on high performance computing till now, except I think some of the few places, maybe Rajagiri. I myself have conducted something. And again, to my surprise, this is being conducted by Applied Electronics. That was also a matter of surprise. And I can see that there is a growing concern or maybe interest in in HPC in various branches of science and engineering. And that should be the case, because a nation's prosperity and influence is going to be measured, or it is actually measured in terms of its HPC capabilities by now. We'll come to learn about that maybe in the coming slides. And this is an index by which we measure how a country is actually moving forward, how the science and technology and research and development in a country is evaluated. And it is the backbone of development, research, and innovation. The things that we will talk maybe today as well as in the coming 4 to 5 days, I'm afraid that will be irrelevant in the next coming few years. When I say that, that doesn't mean that our FTP is in vain. What I'm telling is changes are coming, sweeping changes are coming in a big way. For example, we know that the quantum computing is on its way. Google's Sycamore quantum computer has already broken the barriers, even the barriers of a supercomputer. They say that certain calculations, computations, which supercomputers can never calculate, maybe it may take tens of thousands of years, they could actually complete that in maybe in minutes, 3 minutes, 20 seconds. So sweeping changes are coming, and quantum computers will be a reality very soon, and they will have the stability, and maybe in our lifetime itself, maybe in the lifetime of our younger generations, we would see the quantum computing applications on our laptops and maybe in mobiles, maybe through a quantum cloud, which means immense computational power is coming on our way. So the thing is what to do with this computational power. and how we are going to make use of it. This is going to be a very big challenge, and that's why the seminars and FDPs like this is much more relevant, because if you want to venture into quantum computing or maybe this kind of fast computing, we need to first understand, and we should be able to tame HPC. Then only we will be able to go forward. And this is a perfect platform that the Mount Zion College is offering to us. And I've noticed that this college has been founded. It has been founded in 2001, and that is maybe along with the Rajagiri, I think. So which means it's got a long tradition legacy. So I'm very happy to be a part of this FDP as well as to be part of this Mount Zion College. So I wish all the participants all the very best, and also I declare this FDP open. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. Professor Arunamas, Head of the Department of A&I, who is a good mentor and great inspiration for all of us. I cordially welcome you, sir, for felicitation.
Respected Chief Guest, Principal, Vice Principal, and other dignitaries, a warm good morning to one and all. It is clear that faculty development has become well established and has grown into a recognized activity with higher education. Professional training programs produce promising outcomes in learning and teaching practices, and many FDPs have proven effective in developing faculty skills and educational leadership. We know that as our ability to collect big data increases, the need to be able to analyze the data also increases. Hence, our department came into a conclusion for conducting such an FDP on HPC, high performance computing, tools and technologies in engineering applications. As our chief guest said earlier, he hasn't seen much FDPs in this relevant topic. And that's what the reason the department carried out such an FDP. I congratulate Ms. CGA Thomas, coordinator of the FDP, all my colleagues who supported this FDP, and also it is my privilege to felicitate all the eminent speakers and all the participants of the FDP. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I am grateful to invite Mr. Jaren Geo Jacob, sub-coordinator of this FDP, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Today, we are blessed with a beautiful day to start our FDP. Thank you all, Almighty, for blessing us to organize the program and to have a wonderful inauguration. We are especially thankful to the APJ Abdul Kalam Technological University for sponsoring our FDP. Dr. Matthew K., our principal, is also one of our coordinator. He's always been a motivation and support for the program. So thank you, sir, for being such a supportive principal and also for participating in our inauguration program. We are extremely grateful to our chief guest, for the Dr. Jaison Paul, the Vice Principal of Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, Cochin. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation, being our chief guest. Also, thank you, Father, for being one of our special resource person for the first day faculty development program itself. Thank you so much, Father, for inaugurating our faculty development program too. A special thanks should be given to our Vice Principal, Professor Thomas George, is not physically present here. Even though he's absent here, his support to the program was immense. He was the mentor for our program. He was the support. He's one of the senior faculty in the Applied Electronics and Instrumentation department. And he was the one who always supported us, backed up for organizing this event. In his absence also, we thank you, sir, for such a support you have given. Also, our head of the department, Mr. Arun, sir, he was the center point which got together all the faculties for this program. Thank you, sir, for being part of this FTP and for coming to the inauguration ceremony. Then we have our coordinator, C.G.A. Thomas, the assistant professor in Applied Electronics and Instrumentation department. She has been working for this event for the day it got sanctioned. The day we got the sanction for the FTP, she was trying to contact the resource persons, was trying for all the participants, for the events, for the dates. For every day, she was working for this FTP. So thank you, ma'am, for organizing such an event and being part of the inauguration ceremony. I'm especially thankful to all the conveners and the program coordinators who have been working behind the screen for organizing this event as well as the program. And also all the faculty members in the Mount Sion College of Engineering who are supporting us in organizing this event. And finally, all the participants who have shown interest to join our FTP for enhancing their knowledge, and also the support you have given by your response to the faculty development program. Thank you all. A teaching profession is the most loyal profession that we can have in the world. So a teacher should be updating himself or herself whenever needed and by a routine. So let us try to help you to update yourself by this faculty development program. Thank you all for your support and your participation. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
I request all of you to please turn on your camera for taking a virtual photograph.
The sessions will begin with a first session by Father Dr. Jaison Paul within 5 minutes. You can have a break for 5 minutes. After that, just we will start the session. Father will take up the first session of our faculty development program. Thank you all.
My God.
We welcome Father Dr. Jaison Paul, Vice President, Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, Cochin, for starting up our faculty development program with the first session. Over to you, Father.
Good morning, everybody. I just would like to get a feedback. Am I audible? Am I audible to everybody?
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I think without much delay, we could start. Let me make the things very clear. I would like to present my screen. Okay. Okay. If we can see my presentations now. Okay. Excuse me, can you see my presentation? Can I get a feedback? Can you see my presentation?
Yes, Father.
You can see the presentation?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
That is pinned, isn't it? Okay.
Father, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
I request all participants to keep muted and video turned off unless the speaker requests you to do so. It will be a disturbance while taking the classes. So I request all the participants to keep muted.
Okay, I think I am set to go. So once again, thank you so much for inviting me to this faculty development program. When Siji ma'am actually talked to me, as I said, I was quite surprised because I don't see too many of these programs in HPC these days, especially in Kerala. We have heard about so many initiatives in the past because as I explained earlier, I've done my higher studies and my PhD in HPC, and I know the need of it. I can see it, and I have traveled a bit, and I've seen in many other countries the huge investments that they've made in HPC and the huge strides they have made in HPC. But unfortunately, I couldn't see the same kind of progress back here in our home country, which was a matter of a kind of worry for me. But nevertheless, I am doing my bit with whatever I could, and I hope that at some stage, this will pick it up. And it is in this context, I'm very glad to see that a college that is Mount Zion Engineering College has come up with this FTP, and I think the HOD has rightly pointed out. Now they know that this is a need of the time, because lots of new technologies are coming up, the big data is coming up, and then AI is on a big way. And if all these things come up, then we need a sufficient computational infrastructure to deal with it. And the answer to that is HPC, that is supercomputers. And so I will just, this is the first slide, and you will see that this is the most important website if we are talking about supercomputers. So that is www.top500.org. Most of you might know, because I assume that at least most of some of our participants, they are somehow connected with, or they know a little bit about. And by the way, as I talk, if you got any comments, you can put that in our chat box. Even if I miss those chats, I think maybe the organizers, they could actually put that forward and just raise your voice and say there is a particular question, and please read that for me, then I can respond. We know that this is an online FDP, and this has got its own limitations. I am not in front of you physically, which means there is a kind of disconnect. And I too feel that disconnect, and most of us feel that disconnect. But this is how it goes, because these are COVID times, and we are getting used to it, not only us, students as well. So now we are also getting a pinch of it. So if you got any questions, any comments, anything, and just come forward, no, don't worry. And I will try my level best to answer with my limited knowledge. And even if I cannot answer, then we will say that this is something which we have to look into, and maybe I could come up, come out after some time. And so this, if you are talking about the high performance computing, just go into this website, that is top500.org. It lists the top 500 supercomputers in the world. So I just went into this site yesterday, and I just listed the top ones for you. So you can see that there is a supercomputer in Japan, that is Fugaku. Fugaku in Japan is the fastest supercomputer at this moment. And I think it has got a big performance of nearly 400 to 500 petaflops. And the second one, we can see that the second and third position, it is adorned by supercomputers from USA, America. And traditionally, Americans, they started this supercomputing, and they were on the forefront. But in the recent times, they have lost a bit of their ground, but now they are catching up. So Summit and Sierra. So Summit is in Oak Ridge National Laboratory, whereas Sierra in Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. You can see that most of these supercomputing initiatives are propelled by universities and research centers. That is another thing. But that is not the case here in India, which is something very concerning to me. But I would, that's why I would definitely think that this is one area we have to make a lot of progress. All our universities and colleges. The colleges means they are the future universities, because we know that because of the national education policy, we don't have any more affiliated colleges. Maybe in the next 10 to 15 years, all of us should become or will become autonomous colleges, that degree granting autonomous colleges or universities. So we are moving forward. So we got a responsibility, and I think the society and the government, they are also looking up to us, to the academia, to the colleges and universities, to take this lead. And this is happening all throughout the world as well, especially in HPC. most of the developments, most of the progress has been made by academia in the very beginning. But now, as we move along, we will come to know that industry is also playing a big part. At least 50% of the total computational power in HPC nowadays, it is contributed by industry. So there is a big shift. That means things are getting normal. That means HPC is becoming something, a commodity, just like cloud computing. So that trend will go on, and finally it will become part and parcel of our day-to-day life, and that is happening. And the fourth position, we can see that that is again adorned by China. There is Sunway Taihu Light, and they are also got 1 or 2 supercomputers in the top 10. China has come into the play very lately, but now they are making big strides. And I will explain. I'm explaining these things because I want to put everything in perspective, where we are standing and why we are doing this FTP. And I am here to give a pep talk. When CG ma'am actually came and asked me, give me, take a session for HPC. By that time, all the slots were taken. And she showed me the schedule, and I said, all the important points have been taken. Only spot left is that of a pep talk. Then I told her, I will give a pep talk, and I will put things in the perspective. And I had to congratulate again the coordinators of this FTP. They have done a good job in actually selecting the subjects and put it in a framework for 5 days. So, the participants, you will get a very good overview of HPC as you go along. There are some very hands-on sessions, practical sessions as well. So you will definitely benefit. And now I would like to put everything, the entire FTP and the subject HPC in the perspective. And again, when I went to top 500, the latest one is November 2020 list. And this will give you an idea. Now, where do we stand? We can see that country system share, when we take about the country system share, the top post is it goes to China. China has got 42.8% of the top 500 machines. So you can see that, out of 500, maybe nearly 300 or maybe yes, sorry, at least 200 of them are in China. More than 200 supercomputers are in China. And whereas in the United States, now that is 22.6%. They have taken a big hit, I would say. And the rest is shared by many others, like France, Germany, Netherlands, Ireland. And the surprising one is United Kingdom. That means, the United Kingdom, UK is there. And there is a surprise one. Maybe in the next 2 slides, we'll see that. That is, I meant Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is also in the list. Not here, but in some other slides. And others are there. This is system-wise. And now the next slide will give you the performance share. Here you can see that the United States, they have actually regained some of their lost glare, lost shine, because even though China has got a large number of supercomputers in the top 500 list, some of the most powerful ones are in the United States, or the supercomputers that are in the United States are much more powerful than that of China. So that's why the performance share of China in the top 500 is 27%, whereas that of China is 23 only. So United States 27% and China is only 23%. And we can see again another surprise. Japan is not far behind. Actually, the second place goes to Japan in this list. So Japan, China, United States, they are vying for the top places in supercomputing at the moment. Okay, now this is the present scenario. This was not the case, because I have done my PhD during completed in 2013, started 2008 or 9. So I know the scenario back then. So I always wonder how these things have changed dramatically in the past 1 decade. So usually I go back to 2010. So I've just gone back to the 2010 list. That means a decade back, what was the situation? So a decade back, what was the situation? Just look at the scenario. System-wise, 52.2% of the systems, that is more than half, that means more than 250 supercomputers in the 500 list, top 500 list, it was in United States. And China's share was just 8.2%, just 8.2%. And Japan was also there in a big way. And this is again system share. And when we look into the performance share, so what is the difference between system share and performance share? Just for your sake of understanding, system share means the number of systems in the 500 list, but then performance share means each system has got a particular capacity, the speed that has been calculated in flops. I will discuss that later. And accordingly, how much flops a particular country has got, that is in gigaflops and petaflops, etc. And in that case, in 2010, it was 51%. So that, when we go back, 55% of the total systems, and it had 51% of the total share of performance. That means United States was leading. But whereas when we got back into 2020, the things have changed. The tables have turned around. So this is the reason why I told that, the importance of a country, the economic position of a country, the strategic position of a country, even the defense capabilities of a country, that is been measured using the country's HPC capabilities these days. So now we can say that why we call China as a superpower. Why we call China as a superpower? Because China has made dramatic improvements in the last 1 decade, last single decade. And so that's why, again, let me go to the next slides. Sorry, I'm actually coming back. Okay, now, with this introduction, I would like to look into what is the position of India. Now, let us come back to our position. I told all these stories so that we can have a good look at our position. Okay, now this is the chart for November 2020. So the latest one. So we can see that where do we stand? We are on the 17th position. We are on the 17th position, and the system share of India is only 0.6, whereas the system share of China is 42.8, and United States is 22.6, and India's system share is 0.6. So how many machines are in the top 500? Only 3. So what is happening with us? So by looking at this table, how can we say that, these days we say that India is an economic power and we are going to have $1 trillion economy, and we are as good as China, etc., etc. But when I look into these statistics, I can't agree with that. And now let's actually look into the top 500 list in 2010. That means a decade ago. The same exercise which I've done earlier. So we can see that in 2010, India was at the 16th position. You can see that it was at the 16th position, and we had at least 4 machines in the top 500. But what happened? After 1 decade, we have actually moved to the 70th position. So we are going down. And when I looked at this again, I was curious. So what I did was I again went back and took the list of November 2005, 5 years back. And the things were pretty much actually better. That means we were in the 14th position with 4 machines in the top 500 list in 2005. So what we can see is consistently India is going down. Consistently we are going down in HPC capabilities. Whereas look at China. That is 2005, China was in the 5th position, and now undoubtedly now they are in the top position. And that actually shows the significance and the growth of China. I'm actually not, I don't want to say that China is the great, etc. But we have to put things into perspective. And again, I looked back and had a look at the top 100 list for November 2005, and at that time, China's performance share was only 2.6%. Our share is even now only 0.6 or 0.8%. 15 years back, China's performance share was only 2.6, and the system share was only 3.4. It was not big. And again, this again gives us a glimpse. That means an insight. It wouldn't take that much time. If we got the will, if we are actually moving forward, if we really wanted to go forward, and if you want to actually prepare ourselves for this new era, the new era that we call, that means Industry 4.0, Industry Revolution 4.0, it is still achievable. Look at China, what they've done. In a very short span of 15 years, they have moved from 3.4% in the HPC capabilities, or maybe 2.6% of HPC capabilities in terms of number, to the top position, with nearly 50% of the HPC performance or the number of systems with them. So this is a game changer, and India too can do it. We can also do it. And that's why we need programs like this. These are only baby steps, I would say. But these steps should contribute to a higher goal. We have to take India to this new era of development, of research and innovation. If we want to do that, we have to grow like China. Because I always put the example of China, because nowadays people are actually talking about India and China at the same time. And they compare India and China. So here there is an example. China is our neighbor, even though it's not a good neighbor in many terms. But China is our biggest trading partner. And what they have done, why they have become so great? Because they are giving a lot of importance to R&D, and they are investing in things that matters. One of them is HPC. And the next big thing that is coming is quantum computing. And again, I've been to a seminar in ISA, in Trivandrum, about quantum computing. And the world is moving fast. We know that the Google Sycamore that is already there, it has got, I think, 56 qubit quantum computer is working at Google Labs. And that particular ISA seminar, they mentioned that the researchers have been successful in the problem with the quantum computers is that they are highly unstable, which means we have to keep them in sub-zero temperatures. That means, I think the sub-zero Kelvin, minus 273 something, that means temperature, then only quantum computer would work these days. But now solutions have been emerged where at least 10 qubit quantum computers, they are stable in room temperatures. That's what they say. So that means these things are coming up. So a lot of dramatic changes are coming in the area of computation. A lot of computing power will be at our hands. Even though we are leading this revolution, at least will we be able to cope up with it? Will be able to benefit out of it and make use of this to the progress of our country? So that is something which we have to look into. Okay, this is a only comparison, and I would say that this is happening because this has been, the National Supercomputing Mission has been in the horizon for quite a long time. When I came back to India after my studies in 2013, I started to hear about National Supercomputing Mission, and even after 7 years, nothing has been happened in a big way. But this year, as some of you might have noticed, there was a call from a National Supercomputing Mission. So there was a call for HPC applications, a call to develop HPC applications is a funded call, funded project call. And I think that is the first step of implementing a national supercomputing network. So there is a grid of supercomputers are planned for India. So that has been in the planning. It's a mission, and there will be very powerful supercomputers in some of the research centers and in universities. And then there will be medium type computers in other centers, and then small ones in maybe in colleges, in other institutions. So this is a kind of a grid that has been planning, and we hope that this national supercomputing grid will come into effect. I don't know soon, but I don't know how fast it could happen, because we've been waiting it for the last 7 years or 7 to 10 years, but the progress has been very slow. And again, this is another thing. If we want to have such a kind of network of supercomputers, we need to have professionals. We need to have people who understand these technologies. And I'm very skeptical. Have we got enough professionals in this area? Are we aware of it? Even in academia, when I said that this FTP is very unique because it is one of the very few that has happened in Kerala, that means the interest in this area is very, very limited. And that limits our capability to introduce and implement a mission like this, National Supercomputing Mission. So that is something which we have to see to, and maybe, let's put our fingers crossed, we will make it. That's what we expect. Okay, now, just a couple of points, like when I say that, the supercomputing machine, most of you might know, usually it's been evaluated using LINPACK benchmark. So this is a kind of standard now. It's a set of parallel algorithms for few mathematical problems, and this has been aggravated. This has been actually consolidated by group, and we tried to run these benchmarks in supercomputers in a distributed manner, and these results have been taken as a kind of norm to assess the speed of a supercomputer. That was in the past. We had only LINPACK benchmark, but nowadays the things are changing, because nowadays there is another strong argument that the LINPACK benchmarks, they themselves limit the capabilities of supercomputers, because there is a particular set of mathematical problems, and when we concentrate on those problems, we are actually missing out on so many other problems in other domains. And HPC is very complicated. I would say that for each domain, we need to have different approach. And almost everybody, those who are working in HPC, now they acknowledge that there is no silver bullet. There is no one solution for all in HPC. Each and every problem, they demand different approaches. So that's why this is a limitation of LINPACK. So that has been actually given here. So Now, since there is a limitation of lean pack benchmark, people say that they have also introduced many others. One of them is high performance conjugate gradient. Again, conjugate gradient is an algorithm. It's a problem in mathematics, but they have given a different implementation of it, and this is available in that particular website. So I'm just putting forward all these things because if you got a system, if you are trying to develop a supercomputing machine for yourself, I've done that here in Rajagiri. We got a nearly 10 teraflop system. That is a very modest one, but still for a college like ours, it's a private engineering college, and this is our own investment, that is a big thing. And it has been used very extensively by our staff and students in the past, but at the moment that is down because of the some software issues, because we know that managing a HPC facility is not that easy, because we need a set of softwares, it's called a middleware, to handle a lot of things within the system. And we were supported by HPC now, Barcelona, Spain-based HPC experts, the company. They were giving a kind of a free service, almost free service, but then their software actually got redundant, and now they have moved to a different one, and now we had to make that change, and now we are in the process of making that change within our system. So it's in the final stages. I hope that maybe in the next 1 to 2 months we will be back, and our system will be up and running, and people will be able to run their programs, simulations, MATLAB, ANSYS, and all other softwares like MPI, OpenMP, etc. in our system. And so if you are developing a system like that, you have to evaluate the speed of it, and there are different measures to do that. And these are the other benchmarks, out of which NAS parallel benchmarks is another big one. Most people, they use that, and we can see that a lot of other measures are there. So it is good to know that there are so many benchmarks are available, and if maybe, for example, the Green 500. So that is a big thing these days, because one of the most important drawbacks, or one of the drawbacks of HPC is it consumes a lot of power, especially to cool these things machine down. And we know the story. The cooling mechanism of a supercomputer is the biggest challenge every supercomputing facility faces. They have to they consume enormous amount of energy to do that. And that's why recently I heard that Facebook has actually started their data center. Data center is some kind of a supercomputing facility, right? And they have put their data center in Iceland under a hill very near to the sea, because Iceland, we know that is ice cold, the water is ice cold. So what they are using is the ice cold water from the sea, they are pushing into the cooling system of this data center, and thereby cooling their machines, and they are saving millions of dollars in energy. So we have to be very, very creative. So then, so the Green 500, they actually look into how efficiently we are running the HPC system. Okay, now, again, I would like this slide, because when we talk about HPC, it's not simply about benchmarks, it's not simply about the performance, etc. The important thing is about the hardware. I think Dr. John Jones is coming in the coming days. He will be the right person to talk about that. I think the multi-core machines, processors, because India has never ever produced a viable processor yet. This is another big problem with us. There was a challenge very recently. There was a challenge put forward by, I think during the COVID times, there was a challenge put forward by the India government for everybody, for the researchers and for the for individuals, to develop a processor, a mini coprocessor for HPC or maybe even computational needs. Now, China has made big strides in this area as well. They got their own processor. They said that anything but not that of the US. That was their motto. Because most of the chip market was with the US. We know that the Intels and all of the things. And the chip was coming from America only. And they wanted to stop that, and they started to develop that in many of their facilities, research facilities, and they have succeeded. And now look at this top 500 list. Again, this is another interesting chart. This is a chart of few years ago. That means I think 2018 or 17 chart, but still that gives us a lot of insight. That means the chips that has been used in this top 500 systems, top 500 supercomputers. And the inference is, you can see 36% of the vendors are from China in this list. So that is huge. Out of this 500 top 500 machines, 36% of them, they are using Chinese chips, whereas India hasn't even come up with a single chip. You can see that the Lenovo's are there, then Huawei is there, then NUDT, National University of Defense Technology, that is in Changsha. I've been to Changsha for a month when I did my PhD. There was a training program, and that is their defense university. And at that time, they had the fastest supercomputer, TNH, and I personally seen this machine and interacted with them. And I could see the strides they were making. And, a university, they have created a chip, and that actually holds 1% of the top 500, 1% of the chip market. That itself is huge. Why our universities or colleges or academics, they cannot come up with this kind of innovation? Still a challenge for us. Okay, now, so why HPC? Why are we giving this kind of importance to HPC? How it is going to affect us? This is a great urban legend. This is just to cheer you up. And in the picture, what you see is diapers and beer cans, right? Here there is a diaper, and in the background you can see a beer can. And what is its relation with the HPC? Does anyone actually know about it? Anybody? Okay. I can't see any comments. I hope everybody is there, or you have just turned on the system and gone somewhere else. That is also possible, right? That is a problem with the online FTPs and online teaching. But anyway, I will actually tell you the story, because there is a link between diapers and the beer cans. It's been unearthed by, again, data mining. That means in UK there is a grocery retail grocery chain, just like our Lulu Mall, etc. And what they've done is they have run algorithms on their data, and then they found out that there is a link between the diapers and beer cans in their stores. So what is that link? That means that link is very, very interesting. That means every Friday evening, if somebody actually buys a diaper, he or she also buys a beer can. So there is more probability. There is more probability that those who are actually coming to this to the if they buy diapers, they are also buying beer cans. And interestingly, they found out that they were actually male between 30-40 years of age. They are buying it, and they have thought about what is the reason behind it. And finally, they found out that it is because they are married men. That means they got their wives, and the wives with the little babies, 30-40 years. And the wives, they send their men for the shopping, and they come to the shopping, and it's a Friday night. And in Western world, Friday night, they go out to the pubs and they chill out. But now they cannot do that. But they were youngsters, maybe a couple of years back, bachelors, and now they wanted to chill out, so they take a beer can along with them, and they found out this relationship using we know that algorithms, AI algorithms. So they, so this is interesting. This is possible only because of the computational power that we had to do this kind of algorithmic research. So how HPC is actually coming into our day-to-day life? And again, it is believed that, very recently it is believed that if you are making the same kind of strides that in HPC, by 2025, the human brain, the complete simulation of human brain will be possible. I'm not sure, that means within maybe 4 years time, the complete simulation of a human brain, will that be possible? But they are predicting, and that is a big thing. That means maybe we may need exascale computers for that. We know that exascale, that means 10 raised to 18, that kind of that many exaflops. So it's powerful machines. It's a huge machine. I will show some of the slides with the size of the machines. But even if such a huge machine can mimic or simulate human brain, that is a big thing for us. And again, in next 10 years, by 2030, when zetaflop computers are available, we predict that the entire weather system of the globe can be predicted 2 weeks in advance. This is again another dream. When I worked in some of the laboratories, HPC laboratories in New Zealand, as well as in Australia, one of the largest application, some of the largest applications that has been used within HPC systems, supercomputers, are weather algorithms, weather applications. And we always wanted to predict or maybe simulate weather using different models. And this work is actually going. I still remember we had a professor in New Zealand when I used to work there. He will actually submit his work, and it will run on hundreds and hundreds of cores, and it runs for nearly a month. And after that only he will get a model out of it. It's a weather model. So once we got, once we break the barriers of speed and we can get up to zetaflop computers, the entire weather can be predicted 2 weeks in advance. And that is going to be huge for us, huge for everybody. And the chaos theory, we know that will play a big part. And again, predicting weather is not that easy, because we might have heard about the ripple effect theory. That means, does the flap of a butterfly's wing in Brazil set off a tornado in Texas? People say that, science says that it is possible, and it is how it has been, the entire weather system works. And the flap of a butterfly will have ripple effect in other parts of the world. And such a mind, if that can be simulated, that is again wonderful. And these things are possible. I think it's not in the far future that we are talking. These things are possible in the near future. And so this is again the effect of HPC. And human genome mapping, we know that is going in a big way, and it happens, and then it has got implications in health. And again, another big one is the simulated worlds. This is again another important, interesting development that is happening. That means we can simulate the entire person, digital twin of a person. The research is happening in this area. That means every person will have its own digital twin, That means all our faces, maybe all our Facebook chats, maybe Twitter, maybe WhatsApp, everything coming together, and all of the things, our bank transaction, everything that has been put into a single place, and finally we will be able to simulate a digital you, digital me. What am I? Who am I? What are my traits? What are my health conditions? What is going to be my future? What am I going to do next? What is going to be my health in the future? Everything can be in one place, a digital twin of a person. Similarly, the citizen twin and the twin cities. I work with the Cochin Metro, and they are also associated with the smart city. In smart city now, they are actually the smart city mission, which is smart city mission. And now they are thinking about twin city. That means the Kochi city, it will be represented in a computational center. There is a huge display board in the CSML office. It's just like a 70 mm theater, and almost data from different parts of the city, from different domains, for example, electricity, water, then traffic, everything coming to the same place. And the assumption is at some stage we will be able to create a digital replica of a city in a big screen, on a big screen. And we will be able to simulate and maybe even change, adapt everything. We should be able to do that. And all these things are possible only with the help of computational power, and that is high performance computing. And these things are happening because I've seen these things, and these things are in Kochi now. If you go to CSML, that is Kochi Smart Mission Limited office, we see a replica of it. It's already there. And if you go to the KMRL, the PETA, their office, they are also got a very big, huge screen, and all the information regarding the metro rail system, that is not only metro rail system, all of the things associated with it is coming there. And these things are possible only with the help of HPC. And so that's why things are happening. And now this is I always like to look at this chart, Gartner's hype cycle for emerging technologies. I hope that most of you, at least some of you, might know about it, the Gartner hype cycle. So the Gartner, they come up with this particular curve. So it has got an innovation trigger. That means every innovation, every technology has got a trigger, and then the interest in that particular technology goes up. So the peak of inflated expectations. Once we reach up to the inflated expectations, then there are lots of the cons about this particular technology will come into place. They say that it is not that good, and then the expectations will go down, and finally the technology will go to a plateau. That means it will become a part of our life. So that is a kind of a curve. That is Gartner's hype cycle. So there is a hype in the beginning, then the hype goes down, and the reality kicks in, and finally becomes part of our life. But every technology goes through this cycle. That's the assumption. And every year they will put up this chart. And for 2020, look at the chart. Those who are climbing up the hype cycle can see that you will see AI on it. And one of them is digital twin of the person, citizen twin. So it is up there. And look at embedded AI, explainable AI, and then generative AI, composite AI, adaptive machine learning, and two-way brain-machine interface. So you can see that the technological advancements that is happening at the moment is in AI. If there is a lot of interest in AI, of course, we need to consume. It will consume a lot of compute. The demand for HPC is going to be on the very high. But are we prepared to do that? Have we got the capabilities? Even if we got the capabilities, Are we in a position to make use of it? Do we know how to do it? Have we got the exposure to the HPC technologies, the software technologies, the hardware technologies, the interconnect, how to do the cooling mechanisms? So are we aware of it? Have we got a student pool who are interested in it? Have we got a teacher pool who are interested in these technologies? These are the pressing questions of this time. Okay, I will just skip this. The main challenges, this is very technical. That means one of the main problems with AI is, in scientific computing, which I've faced myself, is we have to move in steps. So it's always, HPC is always, if we can reduce the communication, that means a race against communications, I would say that. If we can reduce the communications, then the HPC is possible. That is the core of the technical challenge within HPC. And we got the father of supercomputing here. That is none other than Seymour Cray. And he was a civil engineer, and he became an electrical engineer. And finally, he was fascinated by the speed of computers, and he built the first supercomputer, that is the Cray machine, the Cray one, that you can see. He is standing along with him. And this is a bit of history. So the supercomputers that came into existence, and they that came into the imagination of people with this, I would say that that means the Deep Blue, IBM, they started this challenge. That means the Deep Blue was a computer, and again the computer fought against Gary Kasparov, the then chess champion, and finally defeated him in the third attempt. And that was the time people started to note that the computers, the fast computers, can actually overpower human brain, and that was a big thing. And again, you can see that the processing power of the Deep Blue was only 11.38 gigaflops. At that time, it was the 259th most powerful supercomputer. 11.38. This is a good comparison. What is the capacity of the present PC? Intel Core i7 PC will have 107 gigaflops of capability, double precision capability, whereas the Deep Blue at that time had only 11.38. So that means, our laptops are the supercomputers of the past. This is the inference. The computing power is enormously actually increasing. And the GPUs, with the arrival of GPUs, it has got around, NVIDIA Tesla C2050, an old version, it has got 1 teraflops of capability, single precision capability. And now this is another interesting slide. I looked into our latest mobile, Apple A4 Bionic chip. That means in iPhone 12, we got an Apple A4 Bionic chip. And what is its capability? It has got 824 gigaflops with a single precision accuracy. So there is a difference between single precision and double precision. So for a double precision, we need maybe another 20-25% extra of capability, computational power. Still, this is a huge one. Then 824 gigaflops speed for a chip that is in a mobile, whereas in our computers 107, and in a Deep Blue, our supercomputer of the past, we got only 11 gigaflops. So the changes that are happening in the hardware is amazing. It's amazing. And this will go on. It wouldn't stop. And it may slow down for quite a long time. There will be a change in the Moore's law that we will discuss later. But at some stage, it will go in a much higher speed. And because of the arrival of the quantum computing. And just to point, what is flops? The floating point operations per second. That means the capability of a machine to do that many number of floating point operations. Floating point operations, that is anything with the decimal. That means 2 plus 2 is a 4. That is a simple calculation. But if I say that 2.0 plus 2.0 is equal to 4.0, then that becomes a floating point operation. And that kind of operations using, plus, minus, subtraction, addition, etc. And that many, and if you can do, at the moment we got petaflop machines. You can see that the peta is 10 raised to 15. So that many floating point operations per second. Most of the supercomputers, as we have seen, the top one, the Japanese one, has got a nearly 400 petaflops capability, whereas Summit has got nearly 150 or something, 30 something petaflop capabilities. And the next big thing that we are expecting is exascale. That means 1,000 times faster than than a petaflop machine. And we got petaflop machines in India too. In India, the most of the research in HPC happening in Indian Institute of Science. There is a center called CERC, Supercomputing Education Research Center, CERC, and there we got a petaflop machines. I've seen that. And in some other universities also, I think some IITs, they got petaflop machines at the moment. And this is again a bit of a technical stuff. How do we evaluate the speed of a machine? There are two concepts. It had these concepts were in the very first slide: R peak and R max. So in simple terms, R peak is, that means how much theoretically we can achieve. It can be calculated mathematically, just looking at the CPU speed and number of CPU cores in a machine, and CPU instruction per cycle, and the number of CPUs per node. So if we know these indices, then we will be able to calculate the theoretical speed. But all machines may not have, when they start to run, they may not have the theoretical speed. Their actual speed will be much lesser. So that is called Rmax. And usually Rmax is calculated using LinPack benchmarks. So roughly we can say that, the Rmax will be 70% or 80% of that of Rpeak. This is a rough calculation, very rough calculation. So it will be between 70 to 80%. But there are systems which are, they will give a much faster, maybe performance, better performance, worse performance as well. Okay, so how do we calculate Rpeak? And usually we calculate Rpeak. When we install a machine, usually what we do is we calculate the Rpeak, because that is a mathematical certainty. So usually we do that, and we can do that on our own. How do we do it? To calculate peak theoretical performance, first need to calculate peak theoretical performance of one node, one server in gigaflops, and this just multiply that performance to the number of nodes. So that will give you a very simple total Rpeak. And here I am given few examples. And there is one thing about this equation. Almost all other things you would know, but the CPU instructions per cycle, this is important, and this is specific to a particular chip. The chip manufacturers, when they build it, they will have this particular index. That means how many CPU instructions available in a particular chip. For example, for Intel, the first models of Intel X5600, etc., and AMD 6100 series, they have only 5 instructions per second. The later models, we've got 8 instructions per cycle, and the latest one, I think we got 16 and even 32 instructions per cycle, and that will definitely. So it is important what kind of chip that you're choosing to build your HPC cluster, because just by looking at the CPU instructions per cycle, the performance of your computer, your cluster will improve dramatically. Here I've given an example, example 1, a dual CPU server based on Intel X5675, which has got a a speed of 3.06 gigahertz and 6 cores. What will be its RPIC? So very simple. That means 3.06 gigahertz into how many cores? That is 6 cores. And how many? Since this model is Intel X5675, instruction per cycle is 4. So that is 4. And it's a dual CPU server. So again 2. So just multiply all this, and I'll get the capability of that particular machine. That is 144 gigaflops in this case. Again, the similar example, a dual CPU server based on Intel E52670. And again, the chip speed is different, 2.6, but it has got 8 cores. So again, the instruction per cycle for this particular chip is not 4, it has got 8. So that gives us a huge advantage, 2.6 into 8 into 8 into 2, which means much faster. This chip is much this particular server with this chip is much faster. So I think we are coming to the conclusion of the first session. Again, this is the evolution of the supercomputer Watson. There's another IBM computer like a Deep Blue. As things got sophisticated, the Watson supercomputer could defeat humans in a Jeopardy competition. It's a kind of quiz competition. And okay, again, I'm just giving you a glimpse of a supercomputer. This was a supercomputer at Australian National University. You can see that it is enormous, it's huge. And at that time, it was a petaflop system. And if you like to have a look into a supercomputing system, just a video. Hopefully, you can see the video. You can see that there are a lot of racks. There are a lot of racks, and a lot of computers, servers are arranged in a particular, and you will be able to hear a lot of noise. This noise is not coming from the Okay, I was complaining to Muhammad, who we did a PhD together, but why it was making so much of noise. I thought that it was because of the fans, that means the cooling system, but Muhammad's answer was it was not because of the cooling system, but it was because those systems were working hard. That means they were writing onto the disk. The computers were writing onto the disk. That was creating that noise. That means how hard those systems were working, I was wondering. Okay, and this is again a smaller system in New Zealand. So, but still you can see how the paneling is done. So this is very complex system, and how the interconnects have been done. Interconnection is an important thing in developing a supercomputer, because usually we use InfiniBand, because communication between the nodes, that will take a lot of time, that is latency. So we have to avoid the latency. So we need we usually use InfiniBand cables, etc. So this is again, and this is the system that we got with the KTU. This has been developed by CDAC, and we had a couple of discussions in the beginning, and so CDAC has got a Param Shavak machine, and situated somewhere in Trivandrum. I think all KTU staff members, they got a right to make use of it, and if you can, I think, make a request to the Dean of Research, and he or she will be able to give access to this machine. It's a very small one, but so it's capable. You can do our basic stuffs in this machine. And this is a HPC cluster at Rajagiri, again 10 teraflops capability. Okay. And I think I will skip these ones, and thank you so much. Thank you so much. And now I think we can take a break, and we will come back for the next session after 50 minutes. Is it okay? Hello, everybody? Anybody there?
Dear participants, now we'll have a short break. You can join the session by 11:15 a.m. Thank you. Father, can we start the session?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay then. So welcome back. So we'll go for the next session. So before I begin, if you got any queries, this is the right time to ask, because now you are fresh after your break. So if anybody has got any question, this is the time. I think, at any point you can stop me, but I would like to hear some of your feedbacks or comments. Anybody? I'll wait for 20 seconds. So that is fantastic. So nobody has got any questions.
Hello.
Yes.
Within, how can we achieve the high security in this?
I didn't get that.
How can ensure high level security?
High level?
Security.
Security. Okay, so security within the HPC system. Okay, so basically it is not a big issue, because most of the HPC centers or supercomputers are in a way standalone machines, because there is a big cluster. So usually it is the access to the cluster is using something like there is a token system, so there is a queuing system. So only verified users can get into the system. So even in that particular area itself, we do a lot of checks and balances. And again, whatever technology that we use to protect a cluster, that is also been used. So the cybersecurity system. So I haven't seen much of an issue on the level of security with regards to supercomputers. I hope I've answered you correctly. And all the middlewares, they take care of the security. So the built-in security mechanisms are there. Okay, any other question? Okay, so I think we'll move along, and if you have got any query, please put that in the comment box. So thanks to Ravindran Rajan Pillai who asked that question. Okay, now I will start from where we have stopped in the last session. So that is regarding the Watson. So I told that there are so many supercomputers, and the evolution, the Deep Blue and Watson, they are iconic because they had a kind of a real world interaction, because Deep Blue challenged the then chess champion, and then the Watson has been put to test at the Jeopardy competition. That is a kind of quiz competition in America, and it was everybody to watch. Everybody, the whole country was watching this kind of competitions. And again, IBM also got a lot of mileage. But what Watson is doing now? That is our question now. What Watson is doing now? What Watson is now specializing in legal matters. So, IBM developed this computer, and they wanted to market it, and they wanted to make it useful for the public. So what they did was they designed in such a way that most of the legal matters. For example, this is one of the data intensive areas, professions, because we know that there are a lot of ordinances, orders, verdicts, etc., in the legal area, and all of them are documents, and that which can create sense. Every verdict is made with a reference to other verdicts, etc. So there is a lot of connections, linking connections in the legal field, in the legal documents, and we can, put AI algorithms onto this kind of big data. And they thought that, IBM thought that Watson will be specializing on this one. And the interesting outcome was, it is said that, the role of the junior advocates, junior lawyers in big lawyer firms is getting obsolete in the United States. That means there are no more job opportunities in the legal firms, because that position is taken by the supercomputer or the algorithms. So I can just log into the Watson and get the information that I want. If there is a case, what were its previous verdicts, or what are the documents related to this particular one, everything will be put to you by this Watson. And this is having a lot of implication to this so-called white-collar job that is called lawyers. And Watson is available to all of us. This is a screenshot which I've taken a couple of years back. And I could create my own account in IBM Watson Analytics. I could do some analysis using this. So this is at our fingertips. So now we can see that HPC as a cloud, or HPC in your fingertips. So that is the kind of change that is happening. It is becoming more public. And now what Summit is doing, Summit was the second fastest computer in the list very recently. That means I think 2 cycles back it was the fastest. And it is situated in Oak Ridge National Laboratory in Tennessee. These universities, labs, they do a lot of research in this area. And this has got 130 something petaflops capability. And there is no point in having this kind of huge machine sitting idle or without doing anything that is pertaining to our use. And what this is going to do. So these are 150 petaflops. What Summit will be doing? Now they are specializing Summit on healthcare. This is another big profession that is going to change, because if we got a sickness, we go to the doctor. But in the future, we may not want to go to a doctor. There will be chatbots. There will be some kind of bots available, and we just talk to him. Just like I will talk to my Alexa. I got an Alexa machine. If I say something, Alexa will respond. I am not calling Alexa. So then I call up on this chatbot, and I tell him, look, I got this kind of problems. And the Summit, a supercomputer, few algorithms aided by the supercomputing facility, will be making the diagnosis. And what's the outcome? What's going to happen? That means, the role of doctors are going to be challenged. Role of doctors are going to be challenged. So these are the things that is going to happen. That's why I would say that we are going very fast into the 4th industrial revolution, and a lot of changes are happening. In the first industrial revolution, it was huge, because it started with the steam machines, and we had big cloth mills, especially in London. We know that the Indian independence struggle is very much related to this first industrial revolution, because cotton from India, parithi from India, was exported to London, to the big mechanized looms and mechanized looms, and then fine product, the fine cotton or cloth was again exported back to India, and that's how the British Raj got rich, whereas India became very, very poor. It is said that when Britishers came to India, that means nearly 200, 300 years, 300 years back, India was the richest country in the world, and India held 27% of the world's wealth at that time. No other country in the history has ever actually held that much of wealth proportion, 27% or something. Even United States, as I speak, I think it held only 23 or 4%. So such a rich country and plunged into poverty because of this mechanism. Because my point is, if there is a revolution, especially industrial revolution, there is a change coming along with it, and that happened in the first industrial revolution, powered by steam engines and mechanized looms, etc. And the second industrial revolution was powered by electricity. So we know that the mass assembly lines, so mass production started to happen because of electricity, and that was the second industrial revolution. Third one was powered by computer and automation, IT, the IT boom. And now we are on the verge of, or we are actually in the prelude of the fourth one. So this is an extension of the third, where the computing power, IT, etc. will come into play. Again, the cyber physical systems like IoT also make a big play in it, and it is going to change the way we are. That is an important quote. They say that fourth industrial revolution is not going to change what we do, but what we are. That means it's going to change everything, the way we think, etc., etc. That is what they say. And even nowadays I could see there are movies coming where it mixes the real life with a computer simulated life. How humans will be shifting from one reality, that means the real reality, to cyber reality. So I don't know, our kids will be living in such a double world. We do not know. And so it is powered by, because the basic nature of fourth industrial revolution is it can mimic humanity. It can mimic a human person. Till now, we were able to do or mimic what humans were doing. But with the arrival of the fourth industrial revolution, we will be able to mimic the human person as such. And with the help of AI, artificial intelligence, autonomous vehicles, and maybe Internet of Things, etc., etc. So automation and AI and robotics, they are going to play a big part in it. And this is a kind of that's a change is coming. I went to a school in Dubai, I think before Corona, and this particular slide, that was just in front of the school, in GEM school, one of the GEM schools. It caught my eye. It says that, you can read that, 65% of the jobs that our current elementary students will work in do not exist yet. I'm very glad that this particular school had got such a vision. That means they acknowledge the fact that since a lot of things are happening as part of this fourth industrial revolution, the world that our kids are going to live, the work that they are going to live, we cannot predict, we do not know. It's going to change. And this is the effect of fourth industrial revolution. As they say, the 47% of the jobs as we know now today will disappear. Doesn't say that the jobs will lose. It says that the types of jobs, for example, the clerks won't be there. And I don't know about teachers, they will not be there. Doctors may not be there. Lawyers, I don't know, maybe junior lawyers may not be there. So the types of jobs that we actually see now today will be vanishing. For example, we know the drivers. Earlier we had taxis, and then Uber taxis, but now Uber taxis will be actually, that will be gone. That means there may not be drivers, driverless taxis. So that particular category is going to vanish. And 83% of the jobs where people make less than 20% per hour will subject to automation or replacement. So low category jobs. I know that one of the Kitex factories in Karakambalam, I heard, I'm not sure. That means it's fully automated. And earlier we had sewers and ladies, those who were working. Now we do not want them. In Amazon warehouses, they don't want any people to work there. Robots are working. So that means a lot of changes are going to happen. And what will be the future? Whether the robots are going to take us. This is a scary situation. This is a wonderful movie. I think iRobot. It was the lead role was played by Will Smith, and it was about the robots. And there was a villain robot, and actually it came out to be a good robot. But the robots, aren't they going? Robots means it's boards, right? It doesn't mean that humanoids. When we say that robots, it doesn't mean that humanoids. It's a chatbot is a bot. It's a robot. And these bots, Alexa is a kind of robot, and it's a kind of bot. And they are advanced. They are very much advanced. And we are supposed to live in such a world. And then this Bill Gates came up with a brilliant idea. He said that, the robots are going to take our jobs. So we have to tax the robots so that government can pay us some kind of a remuneration. Robot tax. So we need to have robot tax. That is the solution given by Bill Gates, which is again fantastic, right? And this is what we call universal basic income, UBI. And this is a concept that we are moving on to, because the jobs that we see today will be taken up by so many automated and maybe taken up by boards or some other mechanical functions. And then what the human beings are going to do? That means the human beings will not have jobs. If we do not have jobs, then what we are going to do? Are we going to make YouTube vlogs? Maybe, YouTube vlogging is a big thing now. And many creative things are coming. And still there will be people who may not have their regular income. And still they are supposed to live. So this is how it's been devised. Like we take taxes from the robots and give it back to human beings as some kind of remuneration, salary, as a social security measure, universal basic income. And this is what I think the Rahul Gandhi used to say, that the Nyay is something very similar to it. And we know that all the governments, all the parties are putting forward this idea of social security measures these days, and very huge one. And this is based on this principle. The wealth will be created not by the work of human beings, but it will be created automatically. But the role of the state is to amass it, maybe control the wealth, and then divide it among ourselves, among the human beings, its citizens, so that everybody can have a decent life, and also they can also work in very creative areas which they like. So that is the kind of change that is coming. And this is my own invention, because I think the robot tanks, even before Bill Gates, we used to actually implement that. That is what we call Nokuguli. ശരിക്കും പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നോക്കുകൂലി തന്നെയാണല്ലോ. അതായത് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ യന്ത്രങ്ങൾ നമ്മുടെ പണിയെടുത്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോഴേക്കും അവരെ നമ്മൾ ടാക്സ് ചെയ്തതാണ് ശരിക്കും പറഞ്ഞാൽ നോക്കുകൂലി. സോ വി ആർ മച്ച് മോർ ഇന്റലിജന്റ് ദാൻ ഐ തിങ്ക് Bill Gates at this stage. But these are the things that is happening. And can we resist this movement? That is a question. I think we cannot. We cannot. It is just like എന്താണ് ഈ പാണ്ടിലോരുടെ മുമ്പിലേക്ക് പോകുന്ന തവളകളെ പോലെയാണ്. ഇത് ചിലപ്പോൾ പാണ്ടിലേർ ലൈറ്റ് അടിച്ച് വരുമ്പോഴേക്കും രാത്രിയിലെ തവളകൾ അവർ പെട്ടെന്ന് വയർക്ക് വീർപ്പിച്ച് അവിടെ അങ്ങനെ നിൽക്കുമെന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. കാരണം ഇവനൊന്നും മനസ്സിലാവില്ല, എന്തൊരു വലിയൊരു സാധനം വരുന്നുണ്ട്, ലൈറ്റ് വരുന്നുണ്ട്, അപ്പോൾ അവനെ തോൽപ്പിക്കണം എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ മസിൽ പിടിച്ചങ്ങോട്ട് നിൽക്കും. ബട്ട് ദ പ്രോബ്ലം ഈസ് ദാറ്റ് വി നോ വാട്ട് ഹാപ്പൻസ്. ദാറ്റ് മീൻസ് വലിയൊരു ശബ്ദത്തോടുകൂടി പൊട്ടി അങ്ങോട്ട് പോകുന്നുള്ളൂ, വലിയ എന്നൊരു ഒരു ശബ്ദം നമ്മൾ കേൾക്കുള്ളൂ. സോ the fourth industrial revolution, this kind of big changes are happening, and it is aided by technology, and technologies like HPZ will play a big part in it. The question is, are we going to resist it? Are we going to move away from it? Are we going to raise flags against it? I think that wouldn't be the solution, but the solution would be to adapt it and to make use of it to our great advantage. And I think on a different note, I would say that this is the thing that I would like to see in Kerala. So we need to have a big change. We have to move into a knowledge economy. I think it has to become the AI capital of the world, artificial intelligence capital of the world, or data science capital of the world. And we got everything. We got a beautiful nature, beautiful environment with us, and beautiful people, and people with high intellect. But I think we need the willpower to change this culture into a very positive economic culture. And for that, we cannot resist, but whereas we have to see the opportunity and move forward. And HPZ will enable us to do that. Embracing HPC technologies will allow us to do that. We cannot resist it. The problem what I see here is a kind of a resistance, and we are not interested, or maybe a kind of indifference. ഇതൊന്നും വേണ്ടാന്ന രീതിയിലുള്ള ഒരു ചിന്ത എല്ലാവരുടെ മനസ്സിലുണ്ടെന്ന് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു. But this is a high time that we have to get rid of that, and we have to gear up and bring changes to our society and make use of this kind of technologies, these kind of niche technologies, to a great advantage. And let's do that. And in HPZ, there are great two rules, and I think it is important that we just understand these rules. So very basic one is Moore's law. I think everybody knows about Moore's law, right? Because it was proposed by Gordon E. Moore, the co-founder of Intel. Actually, Moore proposed this as a business proposal. This is not a technical law at all. But what he said was, in every 18 months, the power of a chip has to be doubled. The processing power of computers should double in every 2 years, or to be specific, he said that in 18 months. So if we can keep that kind of progress, then he said that this industry will be viable. He said that 50 years back, and for the past 50 years, this rule actually, was successful. At Intel, they were able to make the changes. They were able to bring innovation in every 18 months in such a way that the processing power of the chip doubled, and that really helped the entire industry, the computation industry. And that is the reason why the supercomputers are actually, the power of the supercomputers are enormously increasing every year, every quarter of the year. So this is a Gordon Moore. And again, there is one more, okay, this is a fun fact. So if we apply this Moore's law in a commercial flight, they say that the New York to Paris flight was around $900, and it took 7 hours. And if you are applying the same law in aviation, in commercial flight, then it should be, it should cost only less than a penny and take less than only 1 second. So that is a kind of change, or a revolutionary change Moore's envisaged at that time. We know that the cost of a flight is not 1 cent anymore. It is, we cannot reach from Paris to New York, or from Kochi to Delhi in 1 second. So that kind of change is not possible in other areas, but in computers, in chip technology, that is happening. And that is the reason I've already mentioned with regards to the changes that is happening in personal computers and mobiles. So huge changes are happening, and that is enabling us to bring HPC to the common people and make it more എന്താണ് പറയാം ജനകീയമാകാനായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് സാധിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. So I think this trend will go on. But the next rule, this is also another important rule in HPC. I'm just putting forward these rules because if you're actually into HPC, when somebody asks, at least these two rules you should know. If you know these two rules, then I think everybody would believe that you know at least something about HPC. The second one, it was proposed in 1967. It was proposed by Jean Amdahl. Amdahl actually, he was against the principle of supercomputing. He never believed that parallel supercomputing means it's actually parallel computing. The next slides I will explain that. So he never believed that parallel computing is going to work. So he wanted to tell that this is a very stupid proposition, that we can actually improve the speed of a cluster, or speed of the performance of running an algorithm considerably by using many computers. So that was his proposition. So he said that the speed up of a program using multiple processors in parallel computing is limited by the time needed for sequential fraction of the program. So he said that there is a limitation for this kind of approach, and you are not going to succeed with parallel computing. And this is the equation that he gave. So I think I'm not going deep into it. Basically, it says that how much portion of the work that can be parallelized, and then that is actually in proportion with the work that you cannot parallelize. So then you get a ratio. So that is very low. That was his assumption. That was his assumption and proposition. And when we apply Amdahl's theory, then we get this graph. This is a very interesting graph. So what does it say? If I got only 50% of my algorithm that can be parallelized, you can see that the blue line. You can see that blue line. If I can parallelize only 50% of my algorithm, then the performance improvement that I'm getting is very, very negligible. Maybe up to 6 cores, up to 6 machines. If I can actually divide that between 6 machines or cores, I get some kind of improvement. After that, it flattens. So there is no point. That was Amdahl's point. And then if I got 75% that can be parallelized, then I get some kind of improvement up to 4 times, up to, if I'm using up to 64 cores. So that is the kind of insight that he was trying to give. But then another one is, if 90% of my algorithm is parallelizable, if that can be parallelized. When I say that parallelized, because we know that supercomputers is a huge collection of separate servers. They are connected together, and now we have to break the big problem, the algorithm, into small portions and give it to these different computers and get the results back and join them together. So if that process only, if I can actually create, if there is an algorithm of which 90% of the algorithm is parallelizable, then we can reach up to 10 times speed up to 512 cores. But after that, there is no use. There is no use of increasing the number of cores. But we know that in supercomputers, the cores are in tens of thousands. So then what is the use? That is the kind of question Amdahl was putting forward. But then again, the thing is, if 95% of my work can be parallelized, then I can get up to 20% of speed up using, maybe 4,000 cores. So the drill here is, the innovation that we need is, we should be able to create algorithms which can be parallelized. So Amdahl was against parallelization, but that also gave way to a new theory saying that if I can actually modify my algorithm in such a way that most of the part of my algorithm can be parallelized, then speed up is possible. Huge speed up is possible. So Amdahl's law became the foundation of supercomputing. So this is Jean Amdahl. And but again, as I said, Amdahl's law, the rules that go wrong. Amdahl's law actually went wrong because he wanted to prove that parallelization is not possible, but instead it proved that actually parallelization is possible, and we can achieve a lot of speed up if we can bring in innovations in designing algorithms. This is something which I've personally experienced when I did my PhD, because I work with scientific applications, and most of the scientific applications, they move in steps. That means in one iteration, we do one step of calculation. Then after getting the result of that only, I can move to the next. So the results are dependent. They are not quite independent. So there is a lot of communication that will go on between the different nodes. So it is a very tedious task, but at the same time, with creative thinking and creative algorithms, we can reduce this number of communications between the nodes. So this is actually designing the algorithm. For each specific domain, each specific problem, we have to design the algorithm in different ways. But if you do that, we can get speed up. We can get enough speed up as we aspire for. But it's not that easy. We may have to make a bit of changes in our architecture itself, the middleware itself. So there are a lot of things that we need to do. But then, creative thinking will bring in a lot of speed up. So that was the outcome of Amdahl law, and so speed up can be possible. And the next rule that went wrong is that of the Moore's law. People say that in the next maybe 10 years, Moore's law will be collapsing. That was predicted in 2013, and now actually things are slowing down because the innovations in chip technology, that is no more possible because of the physics of it. Because when we put more transistors on a chip, then it heats up, and when there are limitations, that means we cannot put we can only put these many chips into a particular place. So these kind of limitations are there. Spatial limitations are there. Thermal limitations are there. So the number of chips that we can actually put on, number of transistors that we can put onto a particular chip is limiting, and Moore's law is also slowing down. So in the coming few years, we will see this. That means chip technology will be slowing down. But another good part is chip technologies, the advancements that we made in the chip technology is quite enough at the moment, because the software technology hasn't developed along with the chip technology yet. We got massive number of scores in a machine, but still we do not know how to make use of it. So that software problem still remains. So it is important that we concentrate on software technology at the moment, and that improvements in the software technology will actually improve the speed of the supercomputers. So we don't want to be so much disheartened at this stage. Okay, now I'm actually moving to a bit of a technical stuff just to make a kind of a distinction. That means we know that we use so many programs, programming languages or frameworks in HPC like MPI, OpenMP, then we use CUDA, etc. And in the coming days, you will be dealing with it. That means specifically. But what is the connection? What is the relation between these? Why we do have these kind of frameworks, different paradigms? So I will try to explain that using a little bit of its architectural background, memory architectural background. So before going into that, I think some very, very simple things like the we know that when we talk about the supercomputing, it's parallel computing. So what is parallel computing? It is art of breaking up a big chunk of serial computation into smaller atomic units, which can be done in parallel. So huge work is there. For example, I want to calculate maybe 1,000 elements, something. And I got maybe 10 machines or 10 cores. Can I actually divide this in between 10 machines? That means 1,000 divided by 10, 100 works to a particular core, other 100 to separate one, likewise, and finally get the results back. So that is the simple definition. It is the simultaneous use of multiple computing resources to solve a computational problem. And so this is how it looks like. So I got a big problem. Then I divide that into, I got 4 machines, 4 CPUs. And what I do is I divide the big problem into 4 parts, and then instructions have been sent to each CPU to do the work in this part of the problem to this part of, for this particular CPU. And they do the work and I get the results back here. And then bring those results back in the head node. So that is it. If I can do that, then parallel computing is a reality. So here, a couple of key concepts. We have to be aware of a cluster. What is a cluster? A cluster is a network of computers, sometimes called nodes or hosts. So computers, it's also called nodes or hosts. So usually clusters are put on a rack. And so we will physically see that they are different. And now each computer has several processors. We know that computers will have multiple processors. And each processor can have multiple cores. And actually, the cores are doing the computational work. They are the workers. So in each processor, we can have multiple cores. If an application uses more than one core, it runs faster on the cluster. That means it's parallel. So it's parallel processing. So this is a kind of node view. We can know. So this is a node. Then, as I said, it can have multiple processes. So I can have multiple processes. And in each CPU, it can have multiple cores. So in this particular CPU, we got 6 cores. And in total, for this node, I got 12 cores. So this is a basic idea to understand this distributed computing. And then this is the important notion that we need to understand. We all know it, but it's a kind of refreshing the basic ideas. There are 2 kinds of memory architectures, as we know. So that is a shared memory architecture and a distributed memory architecture. What are they? So just to show this picture diagram, then you will understand. So the first one is shared memory architecture. So think of it as a single server. So shared memory architecture is used in a single server. Whereas if I want to use multiple servers, then that will pave way to distributed memory architecture. So shared memory uses a single address space, that allowing processors to communicate through variables stored in a shared address space. Whereas in distributed memory system, each processor has its own memory module and connected over a high-speed network for communication. I'll explain that. So this is shared one. Just think of a single computer, a single machine, a single server. It has got multiple CPUs, processors, and there is only one memory unit that is being shared by all CPUs. And whereas the next one, that's a distributed architecture, multiple servers, each has got its own CPU or CPUs, and it has got its own memory, but they are connected. They are interconnected using network. So shared memory architecture. Usually, if I want to make use of the multiple cores within the same machine, then in this case, I'm not using multiple machines. If I want to make use of the multiple cores within the same machine, then the best programming model is OpenMP. So this is OpenMP. So how that is been different? So this is the architecture. Look at this. So we got a single server, multiple CPUs, and it is shared, it has a single memory. And here the address space, you know that all the CPUs share the same address space, which means if this CPU, particular CPU 1 has to access an address space, it can easily say 00. You know that it has got its own convention, naming convention, but in order to understand this, I put this as a matrix, and then the CPU can say, okay, I want to access the address 00. And that is the case same for CPU 1, CPU 2, CPU 3, and CPU 4. But all of them share the same address space and the naming convention, which makes it very easier. And that's why in this context, we'll be able to use OpenMP. And all the pragmas, all the directives in OpenMP are making use of this advantage. So you will come to know as you learn OpenMP how I'm actually calling an address space, because that is the important thing. Again, I mentioned is parallel processing. So different cores, they have to access the same, they have to access the data and do the computation. But here it is much easier because all of them can actually call the same name. Everybody has got the same name, that means same address space. So that is the advantage. In OpenMP, we got this advantage. They can, all the CPUs can call the same name and make use of the CPU. All the CPUs can make use of the same data and divide the work and make it faster. So that is shared memory architecture. Okay? I am actually elaborated that. So for a better understanding how the name convention, it is shared by all the CPUs. But now this is okay. That means if I'm only using one computer with multiple cores to speed up my application, then it is okay. But if my problem is much higher, of course, the problems that we deal in a supercomputer is much bigger. If that is a much bigger problem, then it cannot be actually done by a single machine with a shared memory architecture. So for that, we have to make use of multiple machines connected using some kind of network. So in order to do that, we will be using, so this is again OpenMP. In order to do that, we'll be using distributed memory architecture. And in multiple processor computer system in which each processor has its own private memory, and the computational task is divided between these different machines. And now if the data is not available for that particular computation, is not within this particular machine, they have to access the data in other machines, the memory of the other machines over the internet. That is a communication. Of course, this communication latency is the biggest challenge in HPC. And this happens in a distributed memory architecture. So this is explained here. So now you can understand the problem. This is the distributed memory architecture. I got the CPU and I got the memory. So if this particular CPU is doing a part of the bigger problem and the data is available within its node, it's okay. It's very fast. But if it is not available here, then if in order to do particular computation, the data is available somewhere here, then it has to communicate with the next computer and get the data from here over the network. And there is a latency, a lot of steps involved in it, and that will reduce the performance. More than that, the problem is how I'm going to call the data In order to call the data, I need a much better system. The problem here is, here is also for this CPU, it's 00, it's 01. For the second CPU, it has also got a 00 and 01, 02. So now if I want to access this data, then this CPU, if it is CPU 2, it has to say that I have to get the data of CPU 100. If I have to get the data from the other CPU node, then I have to say that, okay, I have to get the 00th data from CPU 2. So the naming convention changes. Now I have to specify from which system and then what is my memory space address, memory address. So the convention, it actually enlarges. It is different from OpenMP. In OpenMP, I can just say that 00 from 00th position get the data. But here I cannot say that. I have to say that from a particular node. Then we have to give naming to convention to each node, each processor, and then say that from that processor, this particular address. So I have to say it like that. So that change will be reflected in MPI. So this is the major difference in programming that you will find between MPI and OpenMP. So this is just for the introduction, why we are having OpenMP and MPI. And there is a hybrid model as well. MPI and OpenMP will work together, because if my cluster is a mix of nodes with the multiple processors and multiple cores, then I'll be using OpenMP to speed up the calculations, computations within the system. But in order to speed up the distributed computing, I'll be using MPI. So mixed mode can also be envisaged. Making use of MPI plus OpenMP, that is also possible. And now there is another set. We got accelerators, prominently or generally known as GPGPUs, general purpose graphic processing units. Earlier, we used to call them as video cards. In PCs, we will install video cards. Mostly it was provided by NVIDIA, etc., and even Intel. But prominent one is NVIDIA chips, NVIDIA chips. And what do they do? We know that it, as the name suggests, it used to enhance the video processing or graphic processing. And there are special kind of elements within the chip. And what do they do is they don't have much memory. They just do the computation. Most of the other chips, they do have memory associated with the computation element. But whereas in GPGPUs, they got very less memory, but they can do a lot of computations. So this is a special kind of chip. And in order to make use of this, we need a separate framework, a separate language, and that is called CUDA. And now we can see that, I got a sequential work that is being done in a particular processor, in a particular node, and there is a computational intensity function. For example, I have to enhance the video and to enhance the pixel ratio of a particular picture. That is a compute intensity function. I can just push that to GPU. But the rest of the work is done in the main function of the in the main body of the node. It's done by the CPU. So that's how, in order to do that, in order to push this work to GPUs, we need a different framework, that is CUDA. So CUDA stands for Compute Unified Device Architecture. And CUDA is compatible only with the NVIDIA, and it is available in C, C++ and Fortran. And simulators of CUDA is available with other chips as well, simulators, but actually it works with the NVIDIA chips. Okay, so I hope that you got a bird's eye view of things, how, what is the relation between OpenMP, MPI, and CUDA, and why we are using them, And generally, when we speak of HPC computation or programming, we usually mention MPI, OpenMP, and CUDA. But this is for hardcore HPC programmers. But there are also proprietary software which can be parallelized. For example, MATLAB. We have to pay a huge license fee to MATLAB, and they will give us a MATLAB version which runs on multiple cores. In Rajagiri, we got a license and we are running that. ANSYS has got similar, and HPC multi-core license is there, and they have optimized it to use within a huge cluster on multiple cores. So that is also available. But generally, as programmers, we can make use of CUDA, OpenMP, and MPI. They are open source as well, so it is easy for us to make use of it. And for most of the hardcore HPC work, we resort to these technologies even today. Now there is a big news. Actually, I came to know about this because I was working on the supercomputing cluster, HPC cluster at Rajagiri. I told you in the beginning, it is down at the moment, and we are installing a new middleware, bright computing middleware. And very lately, we were almost there, and I came to know that usually, we were using CentOS in our clusters. And very recently, I came to know that Red Hat has actually withdrawn its support to CentOS. So the relation between Red Hat and CentOS. So Red Hat actually supports a version of the OS, that is a Red Hat OS, but Linux OS. But whenever Red Hat releases a new version, they also used to release a completely open source version that is called CentOS. And most of the industry and in research circles, we used to resort to CentOS instead of Red Hat, because Red Hat comes with the service as well. So which means we have to pay. We have to pay for the service. But CentOS comes without the service part. But still it is as good as Red Hat. But now, from this year onwards, they say that they are going to end the support to CentOS, and there won't be any more CentOS Linux that is coming, which is a very bad news for HPC circle. And they say that they will be concentrating more on CentOS Stream. I don't know what that is. They say that that will be a precursor to Red Hat, which means before the next version of Red Hat being introduced, it's a kind of beta version that they will be releasing, and that will be named as CentOS Stream, but that may not be stable, which we cannot use in an enterprise level system. But then actually this is the business model. I think Red Hat wants to make money, so they want all CentOS users to move to Red Hat Enterprise Linux, which means it will be much costlier now. And that is a very bad news for the HPC community. And some facts, like if you are using CentOS 7, they will give support till 2024. But then if you have upgraded to CentOS 8, then they are not going to give any support past 2021, which means it's a big setback for the HPC community. And now there are other possibilities, like the co-founder of CentOS Foundation, Greg Kutzer, and he is out of CentOS now, because CentOS was incorporated by Red Hat. They have acquired Red Hat a couple of years back. So the founder was out, but now he thinks that this is very bad, and he wants to fork a new version from CentOS, and he would like to call it as Rocky Linux. I don't know, that is another possibility. That means we will have some kind of a flavor of CentOS in Rocky Linux, which we will be able to make use of in our servers. Or we have to go with the Red Hat Enterprise Edition, with we have to pay a little bit of money. And another options are Amazon Linux, which is already running in AWS, and also Scientific Linux. This was also favorite Linux version for me, but the support is very, very low. So this is again a setback. This is again off the track. I'm telling you something. And also Oracle Linux is also there. Oracle also promise, because they used to fork something from CentOS, and now they say that they will make it as a separate stream, and Oracle Linux will be coming up. But still, Oracle has got a tradition that they will ask their users to pay at the end of it. So there will be a payment along with that. That is going to be in the future. Okay, now we are coming to the close of our session, and I would just like to shed some light onto the project that we are doing at the moment at ASET. This is a project with the Cochin Metro, and we are trying to develop a platform to hold the data from Cochin Metro as well as other transport means, and then to do some analytics. So this is a kind of data source, a different kind of data that is coming into the system. And initially we planned it as a Hadoop framework because it's a big data. So since it's a big data, we thought that we need to put it in a Hadoop framework. So Hadoop based framework we have planned, and that is actually happening. We've been successful in doing that. But now we face the challenge, because Hadoop framework cannot do some of the functions as fast as we expect. For example, if you want some real-time or near real-time applications, the Hadoop systems may not cope with that. We need HPC. So we are planning to push some of the work from HPC framework to Hadoop framework to HPC framework. So this is a new architecture that we are thinking of, and we have made an application, a funded project proposal to DST, and hope that that will get passed through. This is a hope. So that a hybrid model with a Hadoop to handle the big data, and also a HPC framework to cater to the fast computing needs of different agencies like KMRL. That is what we are planning now. Okay, so I think that is the end of the session. Thank you so much for that. And now it's open for any questions.
Participants, now you can raise your queries.
Any queries or any comments? Okay, I will give 10 more seconds. If there are no queries, then we will say that that is the end of it.
Any queries? I'm glad all our participants understood the concept well. Thank you so much, Father, for an enlightening presentation. So I hope all our participants enjoyed the session well. Thank you so much. Dear participants, you can join for our second session, that is afternoon session by 1:30 p.m. Thank you so much, Father.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. The program will begin shortly. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the second session of the 5-day FDP organized by the Department of Applied Electronics and Instrumentation in Mount Sion College of Engineering. For today's session, we do have Dr. John Jose as our resource person for the afternoon session. Dr. John Jose is an assistant professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering in Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati, Assam since 2015. Prior to this, he worked at the Rajagiri College of Engineering, Cochin, and Vishwajyoti College of Engineering, Muatuvira. He completed his PhD degree in IIT Madras in the field of computer architecture. He is a rank holder in his post-graduation. He has many publications and funded projects in his credit. He is having active research collaboration with the universities of Italy, Florida, Essex, and many other universities. He is a reviewer for national, international review journals, and he is a member of many technical program committee like IEEE, ICM, and many other national and international conferences. So it is my pleasure to welcome you for the afternoon session, sir. Thank you all. Over to you, sir.
So good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Is the webcam clear? Can you see me also? Hello?
Sorry, sir. Can you repeat?
Is the webcam clear? Can you see me?
Clear, sir.
Yes,
okay,
yes.
Thank you. Okay, on the outset, let me thank the organizers of this FDP from Mount Sion College of Engineering for giving me a chance to be part of this event as a resource person. And I'm sure that Father Dr. Jaison's talk in the forenoon session have set the tone for the rest of the 5 days. I congratulate the organizing team for having come up with a wonderful technical program, mixing experts from all the domain who are now actively working in the area of high performance computing. So if at all you face any technical glitch in between, because since I am taking with the help of a slide, I may not be knowing. So my WhatsApp number is shared with the organizers. You can call me in the WhatsApp. If at all by chance I happen to get disconnected, but I am not getting aware about it. So that will be a big help. Okay. One more thing, the organizers, can all the participants type in the chat box, no?
Yes, sir. They can. They can.
Type. Okay, then good. So to make sessions more interesting, I first of all wanted to know every participant to just type 1 in the chat box. I request all the participants to type 1 in the chat box. From my end, I am typing 1. I hope you could see it. This is just to make sure that everyone is there online. No, we could hardly sometimes get all the audience. They may be busy with some other task. I request all the participants to type 1. So number of people is showing 33, but I could hardly get less than 10 ones. Still lot to go. So all those who are there online, can you please type 1 in the chat box? I request all those who joined late also to just type 1 in that, because I just wanted to know how many of you are really attending and to know the background of the audience such that it will help me to present the topic well. Ultimately, you will get benefited out of it. Okay. So hardly 10 or 12 are there online. Fine. Good. Then, since it is a faculty development program, if you are a faculty, you type F followed by which branch you are in. So, for example, I am a faculty in computer science engineering, so I type F_CSE. So this will help me to know. Like if you are a student, you type S. If you are a faculty, you type F. This will help me to know about your background. Yes, FEC, FMCA. Great. Okay, if anybody is a student, type S. So S for Somalia, S for sun. Okay. Do we have any faculty from outside Kerala? So if that is there, can you type outside Kerala? The way how I typed. If any faculty is from outside Kerala, please type outside. Others, I request like F, like those who have not submitted the background, F_ or F- branch name. Anybody from outside Kerala, perfect. Good. Okay, that gives me a rough idea about what is the background of the audience. That was a lot of help. Okay, good. Let me try to present my screen and then you can tell me whether it is visible or not. Can you see the screen? Can someone from the organizing team please respond? Can you see the screen in full screen mode?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you. So today's talk is all about high performance computing infrastructure for future autonomous vehicles. Next 1.5 hour to 2 hour time, I'm going to talk about this topic. And before I start, special thanks to my parents, my wife, for being in my life, and all the teachers who taught me. right from kindergarten classes to all the way up to doctoral studies. My introduction was already been mentioned by the previous speaker. Thanks for the introduction. That makes job easy for me to tell about what is the kind of background I am coming from. So all the teachers who have taught me right from the kindergarten classes up to my PhD studies at IIT Madras, all has shaped a lot, all has helped, sacrificed a lot. So it's a token of my appreciation from my heart to all of them who mentored me. This is going to be the rough outline that I am planning today. I will be talking about autonomous cars in general. So I'll talk about the introduction and then a little bit of scope of then the buzzword called Internet of Things, which is very relevant as far as autonomous vehicles are concerned. Then we will try to understand what is the definition of autonomous vehicles. Autonomous means vehicle itself is capable of handling itself, no external driver, nothing is required. Then we will try to understand what is the automation levels, different types of society of autonomous electronics or automobile electronics. There are different automation levels. We'll talk about that. What is the internal architecture of these autonomous vehicles? What are the challenges that a designer from a computer architect or for an electronics engineer perspective, what are the communication challenges? Then this artificial intelligence and machine learning are kind of buzzwords, very common buzzwords to the household now. Many people don't know the internals of it, but what is going to be the role of artificial intelligence and machine learning concepts as far as autonomous vehicles are concerned? What would be the future cars all about? How it looks like? What are the engineering challenges with respect to that? And then what is the high performance computing architecture? That is a theme of the FTP, high performance architecture for autonomous vehicles. And then I'll conclude my talk. IoT is a common buzzword that has been known, Internet of Things, where multiple gadgets are connected together. We can control one gadget from the another. So the future life is all about having a strong IoT, Internet of Things platform in our home, in our workplace, during our travel. So many devices are connected. Your phone can communicate now to the music control system in the car. Your phone can communicate. Phone act as a remote control to your TV. You can configure things from your phone such that your microwave oven can be controlled to many other things are controlled. So IoT is going to transform our life like anything. And when you talk about Internet of Things, in the context that I wanted to drive the rest of the topic, there is some kind of a sensing equipment. You want to gather data from the surroundings. So precise perception of the analog human environment. Let's say I'm going to have a temperature sensor. Based upon the temperature, I may have to accordingly adjust your air conditioner. So your AC itself will have a sensor, you have a processor, and then you have an actuator. Sense the temperature, check the temperature with respect to a threshold, and then you are going to control the thermostat operation. Similarly, when the sensor and the processing is far away, then you need to connect them. We have already 1 billion plus consumers online, 30 billion plus connected devices online. So connectivity is nothing but when the sensing point, let's say you are going to sense, and the processing point are going to be in different place. So it's called sensing, and this is called processing. When they are going to be in a different place, then we need to have a good communication. Whatever you sense, it has to be reaching the processing side without much delay. Then we have this processing that happens, which will include artificial intelligence, machine learning. 40 billion devices with intelligence is been shipped already in the year 2020. And then overall, the entire thing, the entire ecosystem has to be kept safe and secure, which includes your privacy management, physical and functional safety, and security to protect the smarter world is being required. So IoT is a growth market. You have a connected consumer that we have already seen that. And what do you mean by that? You use smart cards, wearable healthcare, mobile payments. So in the last 4 or 5 years, a lot of digital payments. So your consumer is now connected. And then you have smart homes where many appliances, metering, home automation, entertainment, gaming, everything is now being connected together such that you can manage. Smart transportation, where we are going to talk today, smart and green mobility, autonomous transport mechanisms without a driver. You have traffic management plus infotainment, everything are going to be connected. There's a kind of a mechanism by which you can sense the pulse of the user. It can be in terms of analog sensor, or it can be based upon statistical prediction, and then you come up with the offers models that is going to work. Let's say I'm going to listen to the song of Yeshudas daily, then whenever I come to YouTube, they automatically profile such that the song of Yeshudas is being kept in the front. So this is called learning my pattern, my browsing history, and from that they are kind of predicting what are my flavors, what are my interests. And then I'm going to talk about smart cities. It's all about smart retail, public safety, then secure identification mechanism, smart accesses, smart hospitals, transportation. Overall, if a different aspect of a city is going to be streamlined, then we can call it a smart city. Then we are in the phase of industrial automation. So industry 4.0, there's a factory automation. So all these, it's going to be smart industry. Now let me talk about some of the examples which are being discussed in the IoT platform. What if your home could talk to your car? So by the time you are about to reach your home, you are in a position to tell that I am going to reach, then the air condition has to be turned on, or let's say you want to make a cup of coffee, so you have to turn on the kettle on. So maybe the washing machine, which was already been started, I wanted to start them like that. Maybe you wanted to keep the washing machine on only 1 hour before starting from the office. So from your office, can you control your washing machine? So that's the way. What if your home could talk to your car? From the car itself, you can manage many things. What if your body could talk to the doctor? Let us say you can have a microscopic chip you can swallow, and it records a lot of your biorhythms and the health statistics. And when you need medical care, it sends your data quickly directly to the doctor. So that's the way how this is being managed. Your body could talk to the doctor. What if your car could talk to other cars? Let's say the driver on one side of the road accidentally finds that the other side the driver is going to sleep. Can he involve? Can he trigger something? Or think of a case that you are going to have a little alcohol consumed and then you wanted to drive. The car should not permit you. A lot of accidents happens because of drink and drive practices. What if your car has a breath analyzer, and if someone, maybe especially the driver who is going to drive, the driver is going to been checked, his breath is being checked, and if the alcohol content is above a threshold level, then the other ignition mechanism of the car will not be turned on. Similarly, let's say you are going to drive maybe in the night, and then you wanted to make yourself awake. What if you are tired? How the car knows that you are not having fatigue? So I can have a voice response system where once in a while car will ask some question. What is 2 plus 3? Or what is the name of your first kid? When is your wedding anniversary? So these are all some pre-recorded questions that are being kept. And from that, the car can ask. And if you're not going to give the correct answer, if you're not giving any answer at all, the seat can have minor shocks. It can just poke you. It can give you a pinch such that you are coming back to your normal. You are not getting slept off. Your life is getting saved. These are going to be the kind of comfort and luxury that is going to be waiting for you. So vehicle-to-vehicle IoT can play a very significant role in the subsequent years. Vehicles and journeys are part of our daily life. We need to travel for work, for leisure. So that's all set for a journey to understand from an engineering perspective. How can our future journeys and future vehicles can give us more kind of a comfort? We are thinking about the concept of driverless car. What are you going to do? What do you mean by driverless car? How can a machine or an algorithm or a microcontroller based device replace a driver? That's going to be the challenge. And the challenges are going to be very specific to certain countries. So the Google car, what you have. So what normally a driver does, a driver is going to capture the images. What you see here, driver is going to capture the images that he's going to get, and it has been sent to his brain for processing. And the brain is going to analyze whether everything is normal. And if there is some abnormality, then the brain will tell, okay, there is someone crossing the road, you need to stop, or there is a zebra line crossing, you need to stop immediately, and then you have to apply brake or deviate, or you see that this is the place where you have to take a left. So the driver will take a call depending upon what need to be done. Now, when I am going to replace a driver, with a machine, whatever the driver is doing, I need to replace the same thing with a machine. So the first and foremost sensing that the driver is getting with his eyes, there is going to be the video image, and then the sound, and then the lot of sensors that you are going to be fitting. All these should come, right? and video is going to be taken with the help of a webcam, a high precision HD webcam, where you are going to get these images, and then you need to write program. There is nobody to find out whether there is a zebra line there. You have to then check into this set of images that you have captured, then try to find that you have got something which is an anomaly. Similarly, I will be getting a lot of inputs from the roadside unit, from other vehicles, distance between the vehicles. So some sensors are being connected. Sensors are in the road also. Everywhere you are going to get a lot of data from this sensing equipment. And then I have to run my vision algorithm to find out the distance, depth, what is the track in which I'm going to move. So replace a driver is going to be with a machine. But of course, there are a lot of challenges to driverless cars. Some of the challenges are this. These are specifically in the Indian context. It's a special disclaimer. Images given above are only for scientific understanding of challenges in driverless cars. I never intend to disregard any political party, religious belief, or human habits. This is a disclaimer. So somebody will, they will tell I belong to one party, and then I wanted to say others. You just imagine what is the kind of complexity that we are going to head on. We have addressed many such bigger challenges in the past. We have come up with solutions, and indeed, the engineering community of this planet will come up with solutions that can mitigate to India's own problems also. Now, let me come to a scenario where the driver is going to be replaced with a machine. What is the basic thing? Let's say I wanted to click. You will be having a software which is going to be embedded in the microcontroller unit or general purpose processing unit in the device that is kept there, and using that you have to understand the input that is being coming. You have to find out the anomaly. Now let's say I wanted to change the driver. I can download a new software. So it's just like Amazon shopping. You are going to choose a driver software. Let's say today you wanted to go from Trivandrum all the way to Cochin. It's in a traffic route. So you need the best software which will run best in the case of a traffic. And then ultimately you have to pay for it. So you may download. At the end of that, you will get the payment, or your credit card is exchanged. At the end of reaching to Cochin, you pay for the software. 100 rupees, 200 rupees, done. It will be much more cheaper than what a driver gets. Tomorrow, let's say you are going to visit a hill station. The kind of driving algorithm that is running when you are using for a visit in hill station through a narrow guard road will be totally different from a drive that you are going to make when you travel in a highway. So it is up to you what kind of the software or what kind of driving software you need to have. And then the Diwali kind of bonus, if you take one driving software, another one is free. This is free for the first 4 months. So the same way how you replace a driver, let's say I don't like his driving, I can replace the softwares also. It will be just like downloadable, the way how apps are getting installed. Now the data can be processed in the car, or the data can be captured in the car and then send it across. If processing can happen in the cloud. Then the problem is when you go to locations where there is a lack of network connect, or where there is a lack of connectivity, these are the places by which we face challenges. So we have to understand and appreciate the dynamics involved, the complexity involved in handling this. Are you able to understand it? You have any specific queries? Please let me know. You can unmute your mic and talk or chat. Are you with me? Are you able to understand the context in which why driverless car design is challenging? Okay. So just let me know how many of you are still actively presenting. In a scale of 10, your understanding about driverless vehicles from the introduction I gave, what score will you give? 10 means you thoroughly understood, 9, okay, 1 means very less. Can you put a score for yourself with respect to the topics that is being covered? How well you understood, or the motivation or the challenges that is been involved in driverless cars design? So I can see Professor Satish Kumar putting 7. I want others also to give your score, your understanding. This will help me in pitching the rest of my talk accordingly. Are you able to follow? That's basically my question. How comfortably you followed it? I'm waiting for your response. Still not many people to give, hardly 7 or 8 are giving, but I could see 52 people then attending the program. These are some of the ways by which we catch whether online audience are there. So COVID has put up a lot of challenges when it comes to classes that we take. I'm taking a course with more than 160 students in the class, and then everyone will log in. Sometimes we don't know. So in between, we will tell this. Everyone, please type this number, and then whoever it is there, within that fraction of time only, it's possible for us to do. Okay, that's fair enough. I got an idea, like you all are with me. Great, thank you. Why road accidents are happening? If you look at the picture that is been given, when a car is running at a speed of 35 km per hour and then I am going to hit a passenger, 9 out of the 10 pedestrians will survive, but one may die. That's a probability that I'm telling. When you hit at 35 km per hour. Now, when I'm going to hit someone at 50 km per hour, then 5 out of 10 only will survive. And then if the speed is going to be at 70 km per hour, only one is going to survive. So the speed obviously matters. And when you go at very high speed, out of the accidents that are being caused, when the speed is high, the possibility of accidents are high. 90% of accidents are caused by human errors. So we know that a lot of accidents are happening daily. And when the speed of the vehicle which is going to be involved in the accident is high, naturally the severity of the accident is high. 90% accidents happen because of human error, not a machine error. If you look at the accidents, try to understand what are the problems in it, you come to know a significant chunk, a major chunk is due to the fault of driver. Then it can be due to fault of a pedestrian. A pedestrian going to cross the road without proper safety mechanism. There can be defect in the road condition, defect in the condition of the motor vehicle. There can be many other cases. So if you put in all together, we come to know 78% of the accidents are happening because of the fault of a driver. Now let us try to understand what are the critical driver related reasons that can bring in accidents. So let me first introduce you to this blue bar on the left side, which is called recognition error. The driver fails to recognize something. Let us say there was a hump. The driver could not recognize it as a hump. So only after reaching the hump you come to know. Then in that case, you have to suddenly apply a brake. There was a curve which you couldn't recognize. There was someone crossing which you couldn't recognize. There is a zebra line which you couldn't recognize. There is a pole you couldn't recognize. There is another vehicle. So recognition error. Driver fails to recognize something as it is. Because of that, the decision goes wrong. Other one is known as decision error. I recognize it correctly. Now, after knowing that, let's say there is a dog that is crossing. After knowing it, I am supposed to apply brake. But my mind say, no, you should not apply brake. That is a decision error. I was supposed to reduce the speed and then change the gear. But I didn't do that because my mind felt that, okay, there is no need for changing the gear. Everything is going perfect. So that is called decision error. And then you have performance error. So when you are, you worked really long day, and you are driving back, you got fatigue. Let's say you are driving for the last 10, 12 hours. Now there is a lack of concentration. So performance error basically means when your mind, your body is not perfectly fit for driving. It can be due to continuous hours of work-related pressure, sleeplessness, many other aspects. Because of that, you can become negligible. So 10% of accidents happen due to performance error. Then we have a significant percent, 6% or so, because of non-performance error. What is non-performance error? I am fine. I just started car, but I had a quarrel with my wife. Now, because of that, I'm not able to concentrate. Later, I realized I should not have beaten my daughter. So I'm kind of disturbed in my mind, and on the way, I make a mistake in driving. It's a non-performance. It's not because of fatigue. It's not because of recognition decision. My mind was disturbed. I was not careful. That is called non-performance. Let's say there is a love failure between two, and then you are going to drive. In the meantime, you got this. So recognition, decision, performance, and non-performance, these are the types of errors that a driver can make. Now, what happens when you replace a driver with a machine? There cannot be recognition error. If the machine is properly trained, machine will recognize it correctly. It depends on the training that you give. Decision errors. We write programs. So programs won't take decision as and when they want. If that condition happens, either it will be yes. If condition is not happening, it is no. So decisions are well defined. Performance error. There is nothing like a machine is working for the last 7 hours, 8 hours, and because of that, it's making careless decision. Non-performance, absolutely not. A machine don't have any siblings, any lover, any husband-child relation. So no non-performance errors. These kind of human errors, what we have seen for 90% of accidents, once you replace these human beings with machines, then the probability of error is much, much lower than that. There is always a challenging question that you ask. Oh, is it really possible for machines to replace humans? With humans, we are creating this many errors. So obviously, I'm sure that once the machine is going to replace the humans, then this is the kind of advantage that you are going to get. What is autonomous cars? It's replacing humans with robot on wheels. I would rather now close future autonomous cars or robot on wheels. Is it a solution? Is replacing humans with robot on wheel is a solution? There are different levels of automation. We call it as 5 stages of automation, where driver only is there initially, then driver, some kind of an assistant is giving driving assistant. Then there is something called partially automated vehicles, highly automated vehicles, and fully automated vehicles. So from being a complete control of the steering wheel from the driver, with upon requirement you can touch. Here everything, that's a speed and then sensing, everything is already handled. If needed, the system will tell you, please help. Almost all functions are handled here, but driver can still take control whenever he wants. And the other one, driver need not do anything, completely controlled by the software as well as the microprocessor unit. So when you have 5 stages of automation, you have to understand what are the kind of advancements in sensors that is required, what are the kind of advancement in processing that is required, automation that is required, the kind of ecosystem that we have to build across a computing device which is going to be fitted in a moving device like a car. Let me draw your attention to a much more refined level of this. We call it as level 0. Level 0, driver's eyes are okay, hands are okay. So hands are on, eyes are on, legs are on, all are on. There is no automation, absolutely zero autonomy. The driver performs all the tasks. That is our conventional cars. Now we are moving into driver assistance, the first level of driver assistance. Okay, because there is a slight network glitch at my side, I'm just trying to turn off the webcam for some time. So what is driver assistance? I hope you can see the slide. Can you see the slide? Is the slide working fine? Are you able to see it? Can someone unmute and respond, please?
Yes, sir. Visible.
Okay. So when you have driver assistance, the vehicle is controlled by the driver, but some driving assistance features may be included in the vehicle design. So what you can see, the hands are on, the eyes are on, but at the same time, if you look at, his legs are not using the accelerator pedal. That's a kind of driver assistance that is happening. So the driver is continuously watching the road. At the same time, he's controlling the steering wheel. But pressing of the brake as well as accelerator is not required, because that is the portion that has been automated. Looking at the road condition, looking at the number of opaque objects in front of you, you can take a call regarding hands and eyes should be on or off. So here basically what happens at level 1, only feet is off. So the vehicle will be maintaining a constant speed, which we call it as cruise control. Whenever a braking need to be applied, you can use the brake from your end if you need, or you can use it appropriately, leaving it to the machine to apply the brake. Now, I request all of you to have a look at level 2, level 3, level 4, and level 5. Look at the slide and try to understand what is the difference there. I'll leave you 1 minute time to look at this and understand. And I want some of you to respond also once I call up the name to tell that in which level, what are the challenges that you face? What could be the challenge in level 2? Or can you imagine what a level 2 could do? So I request all of you to just to sharpen your visualizations such that we can make it more interactive. Okay, I hope you all have done. Okay. If whether anyone wanted to share what could be the biggest challenge if you go for a level 2. So level 2 is partial automation. So what you can see from that vehicle has combined automated functions like acceleration and steering, but the driver must remain engaged with driving task and monitor the environment. So the driver is not really actually free. Vehicle will be doing lot. So your hands and eyes, your hands are temporarily off. That is what you could see from here. Eyes are also temporarily off. That's why you are not using steering wheel. So system itself will find out when to bend, when to turn. Feet are already off. But you should be vigilant. The driver should remain engaged with the driving task and monitor the environment. Whenever required, he should be able to take the control. Can someone just visualize what will happen in such a kind of a case? So anyone wanted to volunteer and tell what is called partial automation? What are the challenges in partial automation? I hope you are with me. You are able to appreciate this. So if anyone wanted to volunteer, I leave it to you. Challenges that you see, if you from an engineering perspective, what are going to be the challenges if you are going to do a level 2 automation? Anyone wanted to volunteer? The question is it really possible to have a level 2 design? So I told since the eyes are off, you need to have a camera which will be continuously capturing the way how driver's eyes are doing. And you need to quickly process these incoming images. Now, these incoming images quickly processing means you you need to have high computing power, processing power, such I can process with these images. These are images that are coming. From the images, I have to see whether it is okay or not okay. Are you in the right track that you are traveling? Let me come to the level 3. It's a conditional automation. Driver is a necessity, but not required to monitor. So the difference here is the driver has to be vigilant. Driver is giving the control to everything the automation system is doing. Here the driver can take a rest. He can read a book or he can look at his phone. The driver must be ready to take control when the vehicle the vehicle is telling, I'm not able to handle this, or this is something I require help, kindly look at and then find a decision. That is called conditional automation. High automation means the vehicle is capable of performing all functions under certain conditions. The driver may have an option. So if the driver wishes, he could do. But the vehicle will never ask the driver to take the control. Driver always have the option. So his hand and mind, everything can be off. In this case, the driver has to be alert, but he should not look at the surroundings. The vehicle will tell you. In this case, vehicle is not going to tell you. Coming to full automation, the vehicle is performing capable of all operations. There is not a question of driver at all. It is called a driverless one. This is the level 5 is actually what you target. If you look at 0, 1, and 2, the driver monitors the environment. Here, automated driving system monitors the driving environment. So we are in a world of connected vehicles, where each vehicle is going to be communicated with the roadside unit, the electric poles, between vehicles, between rail infrastructure, between the road infrastructure, between the partitions. And then you see these are all going to be sensors, and then there is a wide amount of data that is going to come. So how do you build future cars? Future cars need to have a sensing mechanism, they need to have a thinking mechanism, and they need to have an acting mechanism. So it's more than a brain on 4 wheels. The core of safe and secure mobility is you should have a secure sensing, secure and reliable thinking mechanism, and an acting mechanism. So what is this? Sense, think, and act. I am just traveling. I come to know that there is another car traveling in the same line. So the distance between my car and that is going to be 100 meters. Now think, if I go like this, then I'm going to hit. So I cannot afford traveling like that. I need to, there is a car that is coming towards me. I need to change. And then actual process of changing by controlling the steering wheel, that is called acting. So sense, think, and act are the 3 components that we are going to specifically look into for the future driverless cars. Coming into the architecture of driverless vehicles, there are going to be 5 different levels. One is the connectivity domain. How I connect between various components inside my vehicle. That's one type of communication. How I connect from my vehicle to the GPS, the GSM, to the outside world, the Wi-Fi, different kinds of connectivity domain. Then I need to replace the driver with someone. So there is a program, there is a microcontroller, which basically deals with the driver replacement domain, which involves sensors, processing, and all. So this is all about what is the kind of communication signal that I use. Here it's all about sensing. That is point number 1. Acting, processing, and acting. So sense, think, and act. That's what I told. Sense, think, and act. These 3 components have to be there. Then you have the dynamics of the vehicle, the powertrain domain. How do you manage about your wiper, then your AC speed, or many such activities including that. Then the body and comfort domain. There are a lot many things like with respect to body, some sensors are being fitted, and there are many other internal aspects. Then the driver experience domain, which is in terms of the meter that you see, the infotainment mechanism. So different levels, what I told, connectivity, driver replacement, powertrain, body comfort, driver experience domain, everything. Human driver performance is part of the dynamic driving task. So what we have seen, from no automation to driver assistance to partial automation to conditional automation to high automation, all the way up to the full automation. The automated driving system is going to monitor in the last 3 cases. Here, humans are going to monitor the conditions and accordingly trying to seek the help. So towards the end, it's completely handled at the system level. Looking into deeper, you need to have domain microprocessing units in each one of them. We have edge node and sensors. We need to have high bandwidth. There should be gateway and safety and security. This is known as a domain architecture. So we have basically 5 domains. The connectivity domain. What is the kind of communication that happens internally within the vehicle and from vehicle to the outside world? Who generates that? What is the frequency? How do you manage it? How do you control it? Then automated driver assistance systems all the way to autonomy. Then you have the powertrain and vehicle dynamics, the body and comfort, the connected infotainment. So broadly 5 sections we have. In each of these, we need to have a domain microprocessor unit, some edge node and sensors, some bandwidth, some gateway, all the way security. Coming to connectivity, we need to have cellular connection. That is being all done by connectivity domain controller. Sometimes your car need to connect with Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, near frequency communication, GNSS. Some smart car access, some of the things only will be possible if you give a biometric sample. These are all controlled by a microcontroller, which is in the connectivity domain. Coming to automated driver assistance, I need to communicate with many things. Vehicle to X communication means it can be vehicle to vehicle, that is V to V, and it can be vehicle to infrastructure, V to I. There can be radar communication, camera communication, LiDAR communication. So this whole of thing is going to work with sensor fusion and planning domain controller. Now powertrain, we need to track the motion and pressure, the speed, the ultrasonics. So everything has to be managed. So there is a sensing component, there is a thinking component. Thinking component is done with the help of microcontroller. When it comes to powertrain and vehicle dynamics, there is an acting component also. It has to be connected to the engine, to steering, to the airbag, to transmission, cell management, suspension, many other things you may have to act upon and accordingly do certain activity. Coming to body and comfort zone, you have lighting inside the vehicle, the humidity, you have to check it out, temperature outside, switch panels. So the interior lighting, when our doors are open, if the door is open, there should be some warning mechanism. When the fuel is less, there should be some mechanism. Wiper has to be on when there is lane. So automatic sensing that has been happening. And at the end, you have the connected infotainment. You have the radio, audio, touch display, voice recognition. So we call it as e-cockpit domain controller with proper amplifiers and cockpit controllers. So altogether, if you look at this, each of the 5 sections has its own domain controller, and there are some components wherein some acting is required. So essentially, our engineering problem now boils down to, if you're interested in sensor, work on sensors for future cars. If you're interested in working on the algorithm side, let's say the CS faculty and students, what they do, we need to write programs which can run at a very good complexity, time and space complexity level, get things and then sense and do. We have an acting component that has been there. So the sense infrastructure is all about, you have your radar, your camera, the LiDAR that is coming. So you are in an autonomous car setup, remote sensing system is there. So vehicle to infrastructure communication, that is called V2X. Look at the car. When you look at the sense environment, we need LiDARs, we need cameras, we need radars. There is some map and localization is there. Now you need to have surround view. That is what you see here. So they are using short range radar, this kind of blue thing. Whenever you depart from one line, so lane departure warning algorithm, you need to detect traffic signs. You need to have a parking assistance surround view. Everything comes from a short range radar, whatever you see in blue color. Now the green color shows you need to have some mechanism for rear collision warning, some kind of a blind spot detection, cross traffic alert. These are all done with long range radars. Then you need to have your wireless communication that has been required for adaptive cruise control, emergency braking system and all. So you use basically your ultrasound in this color. LiDARs are used for the kind of opaque object detection. So we have cameras which are used. We have short range radars that are used. You have long range radars used, LiDARs. So you can see that what is the kind of technology. This slide gives you a complete picture of the kind of communication, the range of the wavelength and the frequency that you are going to use in each and every activity. Look at the amount of data they are going to generate. And these data, I need to process quickly. I need to process this data quickly such that I can make meaningful decisions. How do you handle this? This is a real challenge that we all are going to face. And this makes an autonomous car design extremely challenging one with respect to a conventional design. This is an engineering problem which has its own merit in all aspects. But depending on, so it requires fusion of expertise. From where all expertise you require? You require expertise from electronics people, from people who work in the sensing and other aspect of it, people who are working in the computer science side, especially when you work with algorithms, maps, and localization, people who work in robotics and AI, people who work in mechanical and automobile engineering. So it's a fusion of a mini engineering institution, the expertise that is being required in order to make sure that the car is moving. So the sense infrastructure, when you come, we have high performance sensing that is being required, precise recognition of the analog and the human environment. Sometimes we need to find out beyond line of sight using the mesh networks. You have your radars, lasers are used. These are all for line of sight communication. Vision cameras plus ultrasound. Sometimes you may have to recognize face and gestures. Biometrics, voice recognitions are required. Motion, pressure, and temperature sensing is required. Sometimes human contact is required. So all these kind of the human contact aspect is being looked into that. So you have beyond line of sight communication, you have line of sight communication, you have human contact communication. Coming to connectivity infrastructure, sometimes you may communicate in ultra short range. Let's say a device inside the car need to get some data and communicate to another device. It can be with Bluetooth, with NFC, with MIGLO, with MFR. So different kind of communication standards are there, RFID communication. Sometimes it can be short range from the vehicle to the road infrastructure unit. You can have using Wi-Fi, Zigbee, and Bluetooth again works there. Sometimes you need to communicate over a wider area. You need to communicate using your LoRa, your 5G LTE, your Sigfox. So it's all about communicating to a larger dimension. So in wireless, basically we are using a wireless connectivity. The connectivity landscape with varying performance, energy, and range has to be accommodated. Now, AI and machine learning techniques. Look and see what is this. Whatever picture that you see, it is the visualization effect or of how the vehicle sees the web camera. From this, I have to understand there is a traffic light here. There is a truck. There is another car. So these many frames are being looked into as my point of interest, and with respect to that, I may have to manage. So you have your object detector, and there is so many things that you come over there. I have to understand whether it's a traffic light or some color. So you have a proper guidance and navigation control. So people who are interested only in AI or machine learning, you have wonderful problems that you can work on, especially in this domain. I encourage you faculty members to tell about the scope of autonomous cars in the Indian context and what are the kind of relevant small sub-problem. You take a very small sub-problem. Can I identify something in an image? That is going to create a lot of impact on the way how they appreciate autonomous vehicles. These companies like Hyundai, like Intel, they are all now working hand in hand. The automobile company is now working hand in hand with a microprocessor company because they wanted to develop microprocessors specially dedicated for autonomous vehicles application. So what are the types of algorithms that you require? You require lane departure warning. One vehicle is moving from one track, you are now moving from that track to another. So I have to find out whether I am deviating from my current line to some other line. There are some points which are blind spots. So blind spot detection, blind spot monitoring is required. There is something called the pedestrian detection, adaptive cruise control, forward collision warning. So many of these things are there. And depending on your interest, I urge you to go through published works in this line. How do you come up? What are the challenges in line departure warning? What is called blind spot? Even if you are riding a car, there are some portions on the backside which cannot be captured in your rear view camera. How do you detect a pedestrian? Is it a pedestrian or it's a statue? So you have to understand the dynamics of it. When a pedestrian is moving, it's okay. What if the pedestrian is moving, suddenly seeing car, he is stopping? So even though his pedestrian's image is in front, I have to understand whether he is moving or stationary from his action. Some people may stop and then they may start again. So I have to train the system with a lot of data in order for them to take a decision when it comes in the real-time future. Then cruise control management, what speed should I devote? How much speed it should run? Everything comes in this fashion only. And then collision warning. One of the important aspects is the driver will be able to understand the collision, but when I'm going to replace driver, how do your system gives the appropriate warning such that they can be applying proper brake or whatever it is. Then it involves a lot of three-dimensional imaging, depth detection algorithm. How far is the car from me? That is called depth detection algorithm. And are these algorithms going to give you performance at real time? Then edge detection. When I'm going to overtake a vehicle, am I going to hit the edge? Can I detect motion? Can I track this algorithm when some car is moving? So I have to predict if it goes like that, by the next 3 seconds, the car is going to be here. So tracking algorithm, motion detection, imaging, depth detection, everything is going to work. How it is all done? If you look at this, ultimately, we have electronic data capture in terms of sensors. I store this data in binary fashion in your memory. From that, you use huge microprocessors which are going to run programs which will understand this. It can be embedded programs or real-time general purpose program, make meaningful conclusions, and send the signals to the engine control unit. That's the way how it has been done. So autonomous cars is not only this is what you see in the slide. It's just that. Let me see whether if there are any questions to the audience or not. I was been continuously talking, so if at all anyone has any questions, I can stop for 1 minute. Any questions, any queries? So what the slide that you see, that is actually the essence of today's talk. You need to have sensors. So people who are good in sensors, go for it. If you are passionate about coming up with various kind of sensors that will help in this context. So in that case, applied electronics, sensing, coming up with good sensing, precision sensing, how much to sense, what to sense, when to sense, where to sense, and the sensed data, where will I place? These are problems which an electronics engineer or a sensor engineer or somebody who work in applied electronics can think of it. And now the sensing has to be cost effective. So not every time the sensor may be power driven. Is it really required? Should I continuously monitor? When the car is going forward, what is the role of a sensor that is been there at the backside of the car? Should I still sense? Challenging question to answer. So, and then you need to save the data. Where are you going to save it? You have to save in memory. What kind of memory? So people in computer architecture or electronic design, chip design can think of this kind of problems. What will I save? What is the format in which I save? Can I overwrite the data? Should I save all the data, or am I going to retrieve it and trying to come up with something? You need to have microprocessors. You need to have your car unit, which is going to tell in this way. So there are a lot of ways by which we are going to work on this and give you input with respect to that. So how is it all done? That's a challenge in front of us. Now, our talk, the rest of the talk is going to call about this is high performance computing. I was really talking to you or giving you a motivation about what is high performance computer in this case. This is high performance computing. What are the kind of microprocessors that are being required in order to handle data of cars which are coming in this fashion? So we told these are the things to be done. We need powerful microprocessors to handle it. One such microprocessors which is having 64 cores, and these microprocessors, those who have ever taught this microprocessor course, they will know the microprocessor will fetch instruction from the instruction cache and decode using branch prediction. You have to schedule execution unit. So you have your instruction cache, your data cache, your L2 cache inside one tile. Similarly, many tiles are there. So your one program which is continuously sensing the neighbors, that program may be running here. You have another program which will be checking the sensor that is being connected to the front glass. Is there any moisture? Is there any rain? Should I turn on the wiper? The third one will be checking on the video images that is being captured. Like that, each and every core may be running on individual programs. Everything needs to be run quickly in a very short span of time. So it's all about specialized hardware with artificial intelligence support. There are a lot of hardware technologies used in machine learning. So these processors that Bluewood, Cloud TPU, NVIDIA, Pascal and Volta, AMD, Radeon GPU, Qualcomm Snapdragons, then FPGAs of Intel and Xilinx, NVIDIA Jetson, FPGA SoCs, Intel Xeon Phi processors, NVIDIA Tesla. So if you look at the performance and functionality, and some are used in data centers, some are used in edge and hybrid centers, some may be using in training purposes only. So these are the kind of specialized architectures that may be required for high performance computing for the future autonomous vehicles. So we have already told about the compute infrastructure. Let us try to understand. There is a paradigm shift. Now, how is it possible? Was it really possible in the last 1.5 to 2 decades? I wanted to take your attention to something 15 years back. In 2014, if the most powerful microprocessors coming into market, let's say they are fabricated at 90 nanometer, the process technology means two transistors are as close as 90 nanometer. To be very specific, it is the channel length of the transistor. So if a transistor is, or if a collection of transistors, if this is going to be your IC, one portion of the IC processor is sitting and remaining portion, the caches or the on-chip storages are sitting. In 2017, whatever the functionality that you had till now, I could squeeze the functionality into 1/9 of the available space. That means from 90 nanometer, I am now shrinking to 10 nanometer. So a transistor which took 90 units, now it is taking only 10 units. So if I have the same amount of space, then I can have 9 times more number of transistors that I can keep. So if I have 9 billion transistors, let me take it as 9 billion transistors are there. And if this is going to be the size of that 9 billion transistors, if I'm going to make one powerful microprocessor using those 9 billion transistors, let's say this is going to be the power dissipation and this is going to be the performance. But architects found out that even with 1/9 of the transistor, I can make a simple in-order pipeline microprocessor. Since it is using only 1/9 of the transistors, power dissipation is less. What about performance? Performance is lower, but it is not 1/9. Still, it's a microprocessor. Still, it can fetch instruction, decode instruction, and run. What's the takeaway? I can have 9 such units. What do you see? And the power is going to be same because I'm using all transistors. What is the performance that you're going to get? Something like I used to tell, if in an engineering college, should I recruit one professor like this by giving 9 lakhs of salary, or should I recruit 9 assistant professors and give all of them 1 lakh of salary per year? So the choice that you make. So what you can say that multiple slower processors are really required rather than a single fast, powerful processor, because you have a lot of parallel activity when it comes to autonomous vehicles. There are going to be multiple sensors, and these sensors are going to send the real-time data to me. They have to be processed using the microprocessors and do. So multiple slower processors versus single fast, powerful processor, that is what is required. In order to make it more easy to understand, this is what we mean by whether one powerful processor versus multiple slower simple processor, who is going to win? Essentially, these are kids that can easily pass on. This is the idea of multi-core processors. This is the reason that multi-core processors are there in the market. Previously, we had unicore processor. Now you have multi-core processors, multiple processors, but the speed are less, but the throughput is high. So multiple slower processors is preferred than a single fast, powerful processor. What is multi-core? You have, this is your conventional computer. Whatever you see inside the red box, you multiply it 4 times. So you have, each one of them is known as a core. So it has its own ALU functional unit, the register file. Again, ALU functional unit and register file. This is how a multi-core is being designed. So the modern one that has been generally preferred in this tiled chip multi-core processors is known as CCMPs, where each processing element consists of a fetching unit. You might have learned about instruction pipeline. I fetch instruction, I predict what is the next instruction, decode the instruction, issue to functional unit, you schedule it in the execution unit, perform load and store, your registers, everything. Whatever you see for a microprocessor like 8085, the advanced version of it is there. Now you have your I and D caches which will supply instruction as well as data for execution. And then you have an L2 cache bank also. Let us say I can imagine 16 MB of L2 cache is there in a single chip. So remember, this is going to be a single chip with 16 processing elements, and all of them can run independent programs. And whenever they need to communicate each other, they will communicate through the routers what is being connected there. So what each of these processing element is doing, each processing element can run its own program. And now, if you have 16 MB of L2 cache, I am literally keeping 1 MB in each of this. So altogether 16 MB. So the first 1 MB will be here, second 1 MB is here, third 1 MB is like that. So your L1 caches is going to be private, whereas L2 caches is going to be shared as well as distributed. So that is what is called the underlying architecture. Now, do you really have this kind of machines? That is what is called a state-of-art architecture. There are many such machines there. One is known as the Tilera architecture, which has 64 simple processors arranged in a single chip. You have your processor, cache, everything that you told. Intel is not second to none. Intel is also very actively working, and Intel Xeon Phi processor has this shape, TCMP. It has 6x6 tiles are there, 6 rows and 6 columns. That make it 36 tiles, and each tile there is 2 processors. So total of 72 processors are there in Intel Xeon Phi. So 72 independent applications can run. It's Intel's night landing processor. The other one, which is state of art, is called AMD Ryzen Threadripper processor. And this is 64 cores, 128 threads, and some turbo boosting, clock speed and all. It has been given. So we learned about 3 architectures: the Tesla architecture or the NVIDIA tile architecture, Intel Xeon Phi architecture, AMD Ryzen Threadripper architecture. These are all already there in the market, which are used for workstations, huge workstations. Such a kind of similar computing requirement is expected once the driverless cars are going to be there in the full flow in the coming decade. Now, when this is what we know as TCMP, tiled chip multi-core processor. So many processors are there inside a chip. They are taking the tiled fashion. So we can see these tiles consist of processors and caches, where the programs are running, applications are running, sensor data is being processed, stored in the cache, and whenever one tile need to communicate to another, you travel through the NOC. So processing units are interconnected via packet-based network. Each resource is known as a tile. All resources are organized as rectangular tiles on the chip. Each tile has an address, let's say X or Y. So I can tell this is 0, 0. So 0, 0 wanted to communicate with 0, 1, 0, 2. Then this is going to be 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2, like that. Similarly, this is 3, 3. So now I can tell from where is the source and where is the destination. And tiles are interconnected by a network of routers. So your future tiled chip multi-core processors will have a mini computer network, whatever you see inside a single chip. So rather than traditional bus-based communication, we can have then the interconnections that is being possible, tile interconnection networks. So traditional computer networks, there is communication is packet-based. Previously, inside a chip, let's say there is a device A and there is another device B, and then you are going to send signals. So A and B are going to send or communicate. You have a bus in between. This bus is used for connection. So communication is actually packet-based. So those who are very much confident about computer networks, data communication and all, this is a very exciting area, network on chip. Introduction of a communication infrastructure, communication framework inside a tiled multi-core processors. The traditional bus-based connection, it's impossible for me to connect 16 such devices over a common bus. Let's say these are all the processors. Can I connect 16 of them together in one bus? Then the arbitration collision issue. So here, when two parties are communicating here at the same time, these two parties can communicate, these two parties can communicate. So tremendous amount of parallelism is there given at any point of time. The communication is by packet transmission. So routers and tiles. We have tiles like what I mentioned. Processing core consists of processing elements, private L1 cache and shared L2 caches. And now look at each of the router. I'm going to talk about this router. This is going to be his east neighbor. So I have 4 more routers connected to me, one in the east, other one in the west, north, and south. And there is a local connection to the processing element also. So you have neighbors across all of them. So ideally, what is the problem now? You have data that is coming from various directions. This router is nothing but a store and forward junction. Now in the junction, I have to look into this data and find out where I am going to place. So L1 and L2 caches create NOC traffic packets. So packets are further divided into flow control units known as FLIT. So here, if you carefully look, you can see that your routers, so let us say each router is connected by 128 bit. If my actual data is 512 bit, I divide them into units of 128, that make it 4. So my actual data, which is of 512, I am going to divide into 4 units. Each one is known as a FLIT. So FLIT is the basic unit of transfer between a pair of adjacent routers. And packet is a unit of transfer from a processing core to another processing core. So L1, L2 cache spaces create NOC traffic packets. So on-chip cache address mapping, if you look into, so think of a case that those who are familiar with cache will be able to know that. Let's say there is an application that is running. There is a sensor data of the fuel tank that is coming. Now it is now going to fetch an instruction, and that instruction happened to be this. Now it happened to be an L1 miss at some point. I'm going to miss in the L1 cache, so I have to go and bring it from L2 cache. How do you know it? Let us imagine I'm going to work with a 4 GB RAM. So 4 GB means 2 power 32. And my L2 cache is per core, I am storing 512 KB. The 16-way associative, 64 bytes are there per cache line. Those who are familiar with cache only will be able to understand. Others can refer it and come back to me later if you have any queries. So what I essentially do in cache memory is I divide my cache memory address, the address that is coming to cache memory, if it is present or not, into 3 components. One is called tag, other one is known as index, and third one is known as block or offset. The tag, index, and offset are the 3 ones. Now, what do you do? Whenever you get an address, you look into this particular index of the cache memory and see whether this tag is present. If so, it's a hit. So what I'm essentially trying to see is, for this address, I'm going to divide into tag, index, and offset. This is my 15-bit index. I take the most significant 6-bit, that tells 44 in this case, converting from binary to decimal. That will tell you how to send your data here, or you want to get the data from there. So this shows inter-tile communication, when there is a communication that is being required. I'm just giving a flavor of that. Don't think too much about it. You have to understand that under certain constraints, looking at the address, the controller will decide from where to where the communication happens. So it's going to be communicated. So if you look at the building blocks of NOC, then a good communication requires a good topology, how routers are connected. Then you need to route these packets from one node to another. How will they travel? Then what's the flow control between a pair of routers? How am I going to control them? And then what is a router microarchitecture? So it's a static versus adaptive routing is there. So from 12 to 6, I can have an XY routing, that's a static routing, or I can go for adaptive routing. From 12 to 6, it's all the way. You can take a path called XY. This is called first I travel in the X dimension. So let's say the reply packet from 6 to 12 will travel 654 X dimension. Then you take 4812 Y dimension. Similarly, from 3 to 5, if I use XY routing, it will be like this. From 5 to 15, it will be like this. So XY routing is the simplest of routing. First you travel along the X direction. The data need to be sent. Then you travel along the Y direction. So imagine you have one of your application that is running in tile number 5. Let us say it is a sensor data of a car wiper. Now, once I know that the wiper, I need to sense and I find that there is some water content in the glass, I may have to send a message accordingly. 15 will run a program whose effect is connected to the wiper. The wiper is going to be turned on. Similarly, the fuel balance is checked, and then I have to appropriately display the fuel. And so display may be connected to tile number 0. This is the way how they communicate. Now, when every of these devices are going to generate data continuously one after another, how complex it is going to be, that is something that I have to find out. So it's a static routing that we do. Adaptive routing, it is there. Adaptive routing, it's moving from 12 to 6. So from 12 to 6, whatever green path that is been shown, packets, rather than taking one unique path, I can explore. Either I can take a choice. Should I go to 13 or should I go to 8? So I can have some feedback from 8 and from 13 to 12, real-time basis, and then take a call. Okay, I decided 13 is the best. Now upon reaching 13, I have two choices. Either you take 9 or 14. So this time 9 found to be better. Now with 9, I found 10 to be better, and 10 I found 6 to be better. Like that, you look into all these aspects and then find out what is the best route. So in trying to come up with interconnection design, you can go with static routing as well as adaptive routing. Next comes the flow control. So in flow control, how will one router know that other router has space? So think of a case that all the buffers, so it's like basically a buffer management. 12 will send data to 13 only if 13 gives a free buffer to the packet that is coming from 12. Similarly, 13 will communicate, will get a feedback from 14. Do you have a buffer available? If so, take my packet. Like that, the mutual handshaking that happens across the routers, that is going to give me a smooth transition of packet from one to another. So vital data need to be sent. I cannot afford losing this data because these are all vital data. If I mismanage them, if I lose them, then you can lead to accidents, especially in the case of an autonomous cars. So suppose if the 6 is full, so if there is a block in 6, all buffers are full, 6 will tell to 10, okay, I am done. Buffer full, 10 will tell to 14, I am done. Don't send any more data. So all data will be accommodated in 14, and 14 buffer is full, it will communicate to 13. This is known as back pressure. So an upstream router should know the buffer availability of a downstream router. And how do they do that? They exchange some credit signals, some handshaking signals are exchanged between a pair of routers. This will facilitate this entire process. So we learned about topology, means how the routers are organized. We learned about routing, how can you send the packet from source to destination. And then you learn from flow control. It's how you ensure that seamless data is being moving from one router to another. So now let us see what is there in the router. Data is coming. These packets are going to be occupied in buffers, which are known as virtual channels. So ideally, the routers are nothing but they are junctions. So the data which is coming from some of the inputs have now go through some of the output. So it's basically a crossbar that will connect an input to an output. So it's an input-output connection. How do you do that? There should be some control logic. So we have three basic control units. One is a routing unit, which will tell for every incoming packet what is going to be the output direction. Let us say I got a packet here. Now this packet which is coming from westward direction, this is the westward direction. It is telling I wanted to go to north. So north is my preferred direction. This is telling I wanted to go to north. That is called routing. Now VC allocation means the way now the packet is sitting in a buffer like this. Similarly, in the north neighbor, I have to reserve a buffer similar to this. I have to be allocated with a channel or a virtual channel. The process of reserving a buffer in the adjacent router is known as virtual channel allocator. So first a route which will tell what is the output port. Once the routing is done, whoever is the neighbor, there I perform virtual channel allocation. The third one is known as switch allocation. This is the way how it has been going. Switch allocation means when multiple packets, let us say this packet wanted to go to north, someone else coming from south, they also wanted to go to north. So there are two competitors looking for the north output port. Which one will win? That is known as switch allocation algorithm. So routing will determine which is the direction through which packets are going, asked to be going. Now in that specific direction, contact the immediate neighbor and perform the buffer allocation. So reserving a buffer. And third one is when multiple packets are looking, which to be. So it's basically a winning selection algorithm. So in short, you have multiple applications running, sensor application running, processing application, connectivity applications in autonomous vehicles. They will be running on multiple processors as being connected. Now these processors are communicated through a network on chip, which is underlying infrastructure. So applications, processors, interconnection mechanism together with the memory. So network on chip, last level caches, DRAMs are critical resources shared by multiple applications in this embedded app. We need designs that will ensure quality of service and quality of experience. Let us say I wanted to judge that someone is changing the line, left line track to right line. My system should quickly understand. So quality of experience is how spontaneously, how quickly that is being absorbed, understood by the car automation mechanism, and have taken necessary steps. Quality of experience also, the user should not feel a jerk. It should be smooth, streamlined one. We need designs that will ensure quality of service, quality of experience for our future multi-core on-chip supercomputers. So we need to have supercomputers to be fitted on our car. The cars are going to be more of electronics and computer components than that of an automobile component. So 30% of the car's cost will be for the automobile equipment. 70% is mostly for the electronic and the computer science or computer equipment that is there. Coming to what are the pillars of this modern medicine? You need to have some storage. You need to have good communication capability. You need to have quick real-time computation capability. And you need to have a robust mechanism, fault-proof. Energy should be minimal. Performance should be good. And cost should be affordable. Then only you can sell cars. So good storage, good communication, good computation together with robustness, energy, performance, and combat. So computing system is all about that. When you talk about memory, you have a primary memory and you have a permanent storage. So the conventional processor-centric design, let's say you are talking about an SoC which consists of CPU, GPUs, and many other controllers, L1, L2 caches. What you do, you will bring the data from the hard disk all the way to DRAM, from the DRAM to the caches. And from the cache, from the DRAM, you are going to transfer the data. There exists a huge movement of data that is being here. Most of the system is dedicated to storing and moving data. That's the way how conventional processor-centric design is all about. Now, in the case of cars, we are going to have huge amount of data. That's what we were talking about. We have huge amount of data that is there. Now, what is the peculiarity of this huge amount of data? Huge amount of data. You need to have. So if every data is being kept in the memory and each and every data, let's say sensed data, I have to bring it, I have to process and then do it, it requires a lot of time. Because vast amount of data I need to bring from memory hierarchy, let's say from main memory or to cache, to the processor, find out the anomaly and then store it back. It's all about, let's say there is a data that is coming and then I need to detect whether someone is crossing the road, a pedestrian is crossing the road. And if I'm traveling in a highway, rarely the pedestrian crossing incident happens. Every time I have to process the data, it's video processing. But if you try to sense the data, capture the data and put it in memory and then trying to transfer the data, there is just a lot of transfer overhead. Can you think of process data where it resides? That is what is known as in-memory computing and near-memory computing. You need low latency, low energy data access. Low latency memory should be coming as a replacement, non-volatile memory. Low energy memory. Can you store the data? What was your previous experience from that? Can you predict? A lot of prediction you're going to use. Low cost data storage is required for cars. Low cost processing is required. So you may have to go for hybrid memory, high capacity memory at low cost. Sometimes you need to compress the data. Certain data can be compressed, some can be uncompressed. Should I compress or not? It's an adaptive choice that you make. Intelligent data management is required. You need separate controllers rather than a conventional microprocessor. When it comes to microprocessors for autonomous vehicles, you need intelligent controllers which can take care of the security, the cost, the scaling, robustness, everything. Let's say tomorrow there are going to be more gadgets that are being connected. How do you manage that? This is something like the future cars all about. You will have scenarios in which the car's the basic controlling unit, the engine, is going to be one unit there. This is the engine unit. And then the other portion, the top portion, you can fit into here. You can manage depending on the requirement. I'm going for a marriage, I may put a luxury one. I'm going to school, I can have a different one. I'm going to buy something from the market, I can have a different one. I'm going to my farm to collect the vegetables, different one. I'm going for a picnic, I can have a different room. So just like the way how you change shirt, how you change your sari or a frock, you can use it. The underlying person is the same. The intelligence is same. The appearance, luxury and comfort. So we have, this is the heart of the car. The external appearance can be purchased. Let's say I wanted to purchase, I wanted to go for an important function. I can take these pieces for rent For one day, you hire this, and then you are going to fix it here. So your carports may have only this. Depending on the requirement, you can hire this equipment. You can go with this one, go to a workshop and then replace it for one day. They may charge something. So the underlying car you invest. The other is for your vanity, for your societal influence. I am going for an important marriage function of a rich person. So my car look like Benz. Okay, you put the Benz chassis, go for it. Next day I wanted to go to market, or I'm going to collect my agricultural products which are there in the farmland. I'm not going in a Benz kind of a setup like this. I'll go with this. I'm going with my kids for a picnic. So it looks like more of a bedroom. They can play TV. This is my imagination. What if body and chassis of the car is disjoint? I want a car, the other thing I can buy on. That's known as an on-demand module, shared not by the owner. The other one is what I do. It can be reverse also. I don't have a good car setup. I can buy accordingly. From the picture, you know that a lot of companies are investing in automated cars. What is the role of Microsoft to be connected to OD? What is Apple doing with Nissan? What is NVIDIA doing with Jaguar? What is Huawei, a communication company, doing with Volvo? What is Intel doing with Toyota? You cannot imagine the kind of collaboration that has happened in the recent years. Even I am in touch with Maruti and Hyundai for some of our research work. Many hardware manufacturing companies, or chip designing companies, are now connecting partnership with automobile companies, such that future Maruti cars are driven by Intel. Like that, you can get now, if you buy some cell phone, you will tell powered by Intel's processor. The future cars, I'm going to buy some luxury car. Let's say I'm going to buy Audi, and then it is telling that Microsoft support Audi's tool. Apple is going to run like this. So that is going to be the kind of world we are going. Now it's autonomous cars, not much data. In 2020, average autonomous car process 4,000 gigabytes of data per day. That's huge. So your conventional data plan cannot afford it. So one autonomous car is roughly 2,600 internet users. That much amount of data is coming. Where will I save this data? It's a big data, huge data. Do I need to save all the data? All what is being captured while traveling? As long as everything goes fine, I can discard it. Should I compress it? So compression algorithm has a lot of scope. Prefetch data before it is required. And then scrap the data once you know that it is no longer relevant. So autonomous cars versus human data. Overall, there should be a public acceptance and adoption also. Driverless cars cannot function ideally and get popularity without adoption across the board. So now if you tell that if you see a car, someone will tell, oh my God, there is nobody driving that car. That's a big news here now. You are seeing an autonomous car. You all will be amazed by it. What's the future? Someone is telling, oh, someone is driving that car. How can someone drive a car? It should be automatic. That is the kind of thing that is going to happen. How this is happen? What is your role? Why this topic fit into this FTP? Autonomous cars are going to be part of our life soon. That's a reality. We must pick up the right skills to contribute to the system requirements of artificial intelligence and the IoT wave. Our country needs good system communication architects and design engineers to cater to the growing demand of skilled personnel in this domain. So as faculty, the takeaway should be like a topic like this, which is very much relevant to the Indian context. India is the huge market that all these companies are eyeing at. Because India and China will have the maximum number of vehicles 5 years down the line. The US, the population is shrinking. We are having population growth. So lot many automobiles are going to come. We could have a good middle class which could afford automobiles which are autonomous. The price should come down. How to do that? This is one of the important focus of Atmanirbhar Bharat of Prime Minister Modi. When we went for some of the workshops for the IIT faculty, this was emphasized. Automobile sector is something where computer science engineers, electronics engineers are going to contribute. Automobile sector initially was only for mechanical and automobile people. We need to have these kind of topics which the students need to be aware. I request all of you to go and get back to your students, sensitize them about the importance of this topic, whatever little small it is, let's say in sensing portion, in thinking portion, in power domain portion, in analytics portion, in learning portion, in image processing portion, whichever you find interesting, take a small sub-problem, work on it, and then try to come up with small projects. And then once you go to some of these companies for interview, they will ask you what kind of profile you have, what kind of work that you have done in this automobile sector. So our country needs good system communication architects and design engineers, or else Chinese will come here, they will work in our plants, and they will get salary, they will go back. But Indians, if they are not going to adapt to the growing demand, they are going to be out. What is the role for faculty? We have to tell them these are topics that make interesting. So if you tell in a class of 60, 30 may listen, 20 may follow up, 10 will succeed. And it is these 10 that are going to contribute to the growth of our country. So good luck, make India proud by your technical contributions. Now, should I take all this burden? This is what I wanted to convey to you. There are two roads in life, a high road and a low road. Attending an FTP, noting down the points, following what some of the pointers given by the resource person, working on it, finding out a project later, giving to your students, get them an opportunity. It's a hard road. But it takes you somewhere worth going, you as a teacher. Lower road, it's okay, at another FDP, I will attend 5-day anyway, it's online, I will sit at home. The lower road is easy. It's circular. You eventually find yourself back where you started. It is not certificates that matter. How many of you will really attend the faculty development program if there is no certificates? Are we really dying for certificate, or are we attending this program for something new that you will learn? If you continue on the low road, it's easy. It's circular. Your life won't get better and you won't get better on the low road. This is something that I am really following. It may be tough. Sometimes taking a new subject would be tough. Giving a tougher project would be tough, but we are working on it. So that's all from my side. If you only wanted to get back to me, this is the email address. This is a picture of our campus at Guwahati. We completed 25 years. We are looking open for any students who would like to pursue PhD programs, students or faculty. And good scholarships are waiting for you. Internships for students if they are really bright. And we do have options for students who can think of PhD program if they have good grade score. So request all of you to pass this message. IITs are looking forward for bright talents, both from the faculty side as well as the student side, to getting yourself benefited. I am open to questions if anyone have it. This is my mail ID. Kindly note if you wanted to be in touch with me, or else the coordinators will have my mail ID. I thought I'll take till 3:30, 3:45. If at all people have any query, but since queries are not there, I was moving in the same pace. Or else this material would have been ideally taken 2.5 hours to 3 hours. But still, I am there. You can ask queries if at all there is anything. That's all from my side. So one of the question from Arun, I will just read the question. In a completely automated car, will not have a steering wheel. So if there is no steering wheel, what about accident liability? Is the owner responsible for, or manufacturer responsible? That's a challenge. Yeah, this is a challenge. So the insurance companies, the vehicle insurance companies are also on toes now. They have to come up with their insurance plans. And the manufacturing companies have to convince the insurance companies that these are the safety mechanisms. Now, see, I told 90% of accidents happen because of human errors. So machines are going to replace humans. That's why many of these companies, is Tata AIG Insurance or National Insurance, Oriental Insurance, Birla Insurance, all of them are now recruiting people from engineering sector and then see the dynamics of this ever evolving this challenges associated with this. So now, just like let's say I'm going to construct a flat, first I have to get the proper approval, I have to get from banking authorities, then only the bank will issue loan. Similarly, when I come up with a automobile sector innovation like this, the corporate sector which takes care of the insurance also have to be kept into confidence. Now there is no driver that is involved. So the insurance company have to understand the dynamics of it and they have to put the premium. And if you know that, okay, the accidents are going to be less, then how do I charge? What is the premium? Like that. So that's my answer. It's a challenge, but of course, every challenge is an opportunity. People in the insurance sector are also now doing research on this. So thank you for the comment, like by Professor Satish Kumar and Roy Samuel. That's all. Is there any queries? I hope I conveyed this the spirit of the topic. We have to read in this topic. This was totally new topic to me also. While I started learning in the last year, now one student is working in this. I come from a computer architecture topic, so I was trying to link how can microprocessors be fine-tuned to the changing requirements of autonomous vehicles. If someone want to unmute yourself and ask, that's also welcome for me. So regarding the materials, a customized version, some of them are part of the research. A customized means after removing some of the slide contents, I can obviously share with the coordinator. There is no problem in sharing this, but not the entire one that I use. Some of them are still early results, but I can send the customized version for sure for your benefit.
If anyone is having any queries, you can ask freely, or you can chat in the chat box. Is there anyone? So we believe no one is having any queries. As like sir told, an overview note for the presentation will be provided or will be shared with the coordinator by the sir, and those who are like to avail it can contact our coordinator. So we believe we can wind up this session. In our afternoon session, John Joseph shared his knowledge on the topic high performance computing infrastructure for autonomous vehicles. In that, how IoT can be connected to the transport system, how an autonomous vehicles can avoid human errors, how this is implemented practically when some of the where some of the key points shared by sir to us. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and providing us such a informative and resourceful session for us. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, you are welcome, and then I wish the participants all the success for the rest of the 4 days, and I hope that it will be a value-adding experience to all of you who are keenly working on this. And once again, thanking you, the organizers, for keeping me on board as one of the resource person of this 5-day FDP. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We are also very delightful for having you here
thank you very
in our resource panel. Thank you, every participant, for
and
listening.
Special thanks to CG. She's my friend, and then she actually added me also into this, and she contacted me long time back when the application was being sent, and CG was been following it up, and then so thank you so much, CG. Special thanks to you as well for inviting me.
Yes, sir. Our CGMS was working behind this for months. He was dedicatedly working for this. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, every participant, for listening to our session taken by John Joseph. The feedback link have already been shared in the chat box. All who have attended the session must fill it. That will also be taken as your attendance. As like sir told, if you have any queries, you can contact us or so directly. By this, we are just winding up our session. Hope you will have a good day. See you tomorrow on our regular time, 9:30. The session will start at 9:30 itself. We'll send you a reminder at the time of joining. You can join for the tomorrow session. Hope your cooperation for the rest of the days of our program. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.